Test, test. Look, it's that. Test, test. Welcome, welcome everybody. We're going to begin in just a few minutes. So get comfortable. We have a few more stragglers probably. But welcome everybody. Good morning. Exciting. Good morning, good morning. Welcome everybody to this year's All-Stars 2024. My name is Cody Valles-Norton and I'm the co-founder of Ignite the Spark. Sean's gonna come up and tell you about Ignite the Spark, so thankfully I don't have to go through all of that. But what I will tell you is a little bit of the past. 5 years ago, my co-founder Eshel Littman and I founded Ignite the Spark. What we saw was that there was no central meeting place, what we like to call a town square, for all things energy tech. Now look at our ecosystem that's gathered here today. How beautiful is that? The resiliency that we're all here, and that's a topic we'll be talking about a lot today. I've recently relocated to Switzerland, and Energy Tech Week is why I flew in. And specifically today, we have our change makers in the morning, and then our top 11 All-Stars will be pitching. So make sure you stick around. And it's funny when I look back at it, I can't find him. Oh, there he is, my co-founder Eshel Littman. He's right there. See, I love embarrassing him, and so any opportunity that I can, I do. And so he tries to hide behind the scenes. But I think it speaks to the strength of our community and the love that we all have for Israeli energy tech in our ecosystem. There always seems to be something that draws you back, and we're very grateful to have you. So, house rules, okay? We are live streaming. We have an international audience of around 250 to 300 people that are going to be joining us online. So what does that mean? That means this room needs to be quiet, please. Outside as well, please try and keep it quiet. On the first floor, you can go down via the elevators right here, and then you'll be able to network, do your B2B, which we highly encourage. You're the ones who are also the change makers and be the change that you want to see. Don't worry, there will be a live stream of the entire event for you, so you can still stay in touch and see everything. We will be taking a 40-minute break for lunch, and then all of you will be back in here. We'll call you and let you know. We'll have a timer up here as well so we can all keep track. And our event platform, Eventry, please utilize it. That's how you'll be able to connect with each other afterwards and our online audience. We have people joining from Australia to Japan, all the way to the US, and we have such an international audience that is loving what we're doing here. We'll also send you an investor's booklet of the top 11 so you'll all be able to follow up and see all the startups. But who better to talk about our ecosystem and what's happening and all things Ignite? Sean Dana, our CEO.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I think Cody deserves another round of applause. He made all the way from Switzerland. He has 7 hours to be an MC here. That's something that requires a lot of energy, and from you all, that is what's needed to be taken. So, the Israeli Energy Tech All-Stars. This is a really exciting day for all of us to be around. Some say a few years ago, it might be a random, something that happened accidentally. After a few second times, it's maybe twice, a coincidence that just happened, an event that occurring and we see it more and more. The third time, that's actually getting a pattern, and we get to see a really milestone and a flagship event in our ecosystem. What would be the fourth time? The fourth time would be an Energy Tech Week. We haven't here right now, I know it's a lot to contact with all those events, but we got a really exciting week. We had started in the 17 with Energy and Mobility event, together with Climate First Drive, an event that kicked off together. We continued to partner event. Yesterday were Planetech, and it's really exciting that we get to see and get it to milestone today with the Energy Tech All-Stars for the fourth time. Before I'll start and jump into a packful day, I would like to use this opportunity to send strength and power for our soldiers, for the families that lost their loved ones, and more to those that are still waiting for them to come back. When people speak about energy, there are many different forms of energy. And I think that our ecosystem, but also the state of Israel, has been facing a complex period that requires a unique kind of energy. This is why having this event in the true mentality of no matter what makes me proud, makes us resilient, and looking forward. I would like specifically mention and use this moment to mention our community member, Mr. Ruby Chen, who has lost his son on October 7, and our heart is still with him, praying for his sons to return, and the rest of been taken from us. Today, as we aim to look forward, and as we aim to stand united, sharing the same vision, illustrating the essence of resilience and innovation, adversity may challenge us, but it's also enhance our determination to collaborate, advance, and create impactful solution. So thank you all for being here, support us all this time. For those that are less familiar with who we are or what we do, Ignite the Spark is a non-profit organization, started the journey 5 years ago, and building an energy tech ecosystem from scratch just here in Israel. We have three sub-communities: Women Energy, one of the most vibrant community we have around, more than 500 individuals. We have Ignite International, and we have Ignite Academia with 8 academic cells. This year we launched not only one map, we have launched 2 maps that you can see outside, you can navigate and feel how the ecosystem look like from the innovation aspects, but also from the more traditional one. I proudly can say that we have more than 200 Empower initiatives, all to dedicate and create more opportunities for the whole ecosystem. From time to time, we start to see a little bit more sparkle. We see a little bit more startups and entrepreneurs come up. We've managed to build 5 cohorts of venture creation programs with 8 alumni and a lot of startups in our ecosystem, and are 2 more to become, and maybe some new ones that you will hear soon. So what about today? Today we have the Israeli Energy Tech All-Stars. We have the change makers. We have amazing startups. We have one-on-one interviews. We have stakeholders, investors, basically everything that represent how the energy tech ecosystem look like. And we've done that with all the partners that made it happen. We want to say thank you right now for each one of you to make it happen, specifically also for Mark and the team of Herzog for hosting us today. So let's go for another round of applause. Later today, you will hear top 11 startups. But it's important for me to mention there are more in the big pictures. There were 20 startups as part for this distinguished process that we've done for the last few months, started in February. Those startups went through a carbon math session, ESG, storytelling, public speaking, all made to refine the message and get the proper tools that is needed to get the investment to the next stage. For those that are pitching, we have 3 exciting prizes today that will open a little bit more boundaries of innovation. We have the Energy Tech Summit, one of the biggest energy and climate tech event in Europe in Bilbao, and one of them get express tickets to there, as well to the Select USA Invest Summit that happened just next week. But besides those competitions, we have a great delegation that plan to be in December to Paris, and we have a fast lane direct to them as well. For all those free startups that will be chosen, there will be a specific storytelling package together with a partner from Montana that came abroad, and will help them to refine the message as well. Last but not least, it's important for me to say and show you all the people behind the scenes, the amazing team that plays of all that you see here, but also about all the 200 initiatives that you just saw right now. I would like to say a huge shout out and say thank you for each one of you, Gali Sheskin for making this all happen, Esha Lipman, Cody for all the support, Ronnie, Oad for the great job in the academy, and for 4 special supporters that came especially from the state, Seth, Rosie, Gerard, and Adi, that came and made all the way to support us from the United States. Thank you. So without further ado, I know the times has come up, so for everybody that comes up, just check out the timer as well. It's make us very tight. We have a lot to be managed. I just want to say thank you for all of you as well. Enjoy, and we'll look forward to see you soon.
So, lots of partners in the crowd, and where you are seated right now, as Sean said, we couldn't do it without Herzog. And I would like to bring up Mark Phillips, Head of Project Finance here at Herzog Fox Neiman.
Good morning. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Herzog for the Israeli Energy All-Stars 2024. Now, I don't know how many of you were here last year, and of those who were, I don't know how many of you remember anything that I talked about when I was up here. I'm guessing maybe 1 or 2, and all of them work here. What I tried to communicate last year was that from my perspective, dealing with complex challenges like the environment requires complex solutions. There's no single right answer. We need rather to adopt a variety of strategies: regulation, innovation, policy, incentives, investment, and so on. Success will come in a series of small steps rather than one giant leap. And that's why it's great to see here so many representatives of those different strategies. We have investors, we have startups, we have policymakers, we have regulators. It's really great to see. But a year later then, what's changed? Obviously, for an Israeli audience, that's a difficult question, because in some ways, everything has changed and nothing's the same. I'm guessing there are some people in this hall like me find it difficult to focus on work with everything that's going on and everything that we're living through right now. But if we put aside those difficulties, looking from my perspective, I haven't seen anything huge that's changed in the energy tech space. Now, my understanding of science is limited to how many parts per million of phenol I like in my whiskey, but I don't really see any massive scientific changes in the space. So the progress has been incremental rather than transformative. But the key point here is that there is progress. In preparation for this, I started to look back at some of the developments that have gone on, and solar power windows, solar canals, internal wind turbines for individual buildings, wind and solar combined units and others are being rolled out around the world as actual products and not just ideas. And it's events like this and organizations like Ignite the Spark which will help continue this progress. In the run-up to this event, Sean and I spoke, and Sean asked me why we at Herzog were so keen to be involved. And the answer is really twofold. First of all, we do a lot of work in the energy field, and to be honest, I find the tech side particularly fascinating, far more so than trawling through shimuim, or hearings that the Electricity Authority puts out in Hebrew, which I think very few people can understand. Secondly, while we think we're great as lawyers, and that's important for us, one of the things that we as a firm have set as an aim is to help make connections and see clients grow. And that was actually one of the drivers behind this conference hall, and including it in our office when we designed our new offices a couple of years ago. So hosting and taking part in a conference like this is really built into our DNA. And as I said, it's a real pleasure to host Ignite the Spark and everyone here today. Before I hand over to real energy tech people, I want to leave you with an interesting perspective. Last week, Bloomberg published an article which I have to admit I was surprised by. According to their analysis, the 7 largest solar companies are already supplying more energy than the 7 largest oil and gas companies. The articles compared the 7 sister oil and gas companies with the 7 largest solar power companies, which are all Chinese, in terms of the annual exajoules of energy they supplied. And believe it or not, they found the solar power companies supplied more. Now, like I said, I'm no scientist, but even I know that oil and solar are not directly comparable. But the fact that we, as in the world, in Israel, around the world, are going to be relying more and more on renewable energy for our power in the relatively near future is not in dispute. The drivers of this, I think, or one of the drivers of this, will be new technology. And my sincere hope is that everyone here today will play a major part in that process. So to end up, I hope everyone has a productive conference. Like I said, it's a real pleasure to host you all here. And I look forward to hearing from everyone. And finally, like Sean, I hope everyone will join in wishing to see all our hostages home soon and wishing victory and safe return to all our soldiers defending our country today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And again, thank you for hosting us. A great support and partner of ours, and a lot of our initiatives that Sean has talked about has been the Ministry of Energy. And the Ministry of Energy is a good tool for all our entrepreneurs. So I would like to invite up Yael Brosh Herman. She is with the Chief Scientist Office with the Ministry of Energy.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. I wasn't in Israel for a while. I'm working as a representative in Germany. So it's really great to see everyone. I would like to first thank our guests from the US, from the DOE, Josh Volz, Gerald, John Michael, Eliora. Yes, it's really exciting, and it says a lot about Ignite the Spark. And I'm always surprised by them because they are always one step ahead. And we did give a lot of a few grants to Ignite the Spark, but they always, I never wanted, and every time I gave it. So it means a lot about a startup, that they start to talk with you and he says, no money for this community, whatever, I need technology. And then they convince you one time, and then he says, but it's one time and that's it. And then they do it again and again. And this year I said, I swear, nothing. And I'm sure, I know they will do it again because they always find a path. And I see it through their work, even just after the war started with the communities in the South. And we will talk about it. And I think this community, when it started 5 years ago, it was like, okay, maybe we need it. And now it's clear that we need it and how much strength we give to each other. I'm from the Chief Scientist, and everyone wants to know about our money, especially with the article that probably was designed to be published a day before this conference by by my friends and colleagues. So yes, it's a hard year, and I think communities support each other, so we try to support you all the time, and we do feel that you support us, and we see the letters. And I believe that, yes, with the entrepreneurs here support, I think we will come out with our tenders this year for the pilot and demonstration. We will give support for academia, but we decided this year that really our focus will be for the startups. So we will give everything we have, and hopefully it won't be something to the companies. And we're fighting anyway, in any way, with collaboration with the Electricity Authority. So one thing I learned from Eshel and from the different companies here is how much the regulator is important, but not just by him speaking, but actually joining. So we have also Israel Electricity Company here in the audience. And we learned that we need to take as much possible partners that are from the regulators, not just to say we will help, and actually to give money and sit in the judging committees and then work with the project to bring them to a successful end. So I hope this year at least we will do something with the Electricity Authority that will give grants for the electricity market. I will end here. I hope we will have a very successful day. I saw the companies and they are amazing. So it means that you did like, when I always compare to our submissions. So when I see such great submissions, it means that you're doing something well. So keep doing the hard job. Thank you.
No. Yeah, thanks again. And the path for startups, that's what Ignite loves to do. We want to create a clear path. With our new initiative of Ignite International, we want to create that clear path abroad. And look, as a dual national, when I saw John at Ilat Ilot, I walked up to him and said, Ignite is not doing enough with the US. Please take my passport. We've done a terrible job. So, to talk about a little more international and the US, who has been a great ally of Israel in a multitude of ways, I want to bring up Joshua Voles. He is Deputy Assistant Secretary for Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Eurasia at the US Department of Energy. Josh has been a critical part of the DOE's activities in Israel, and as the DOE member of the executive committees of both the Bird Energy and US Israel Energy Center. Josh, I'd love to bring you up.
Good morning. It is really a privilege and an honor to be here. The first time I had to give a big briefing, I was very, very young, and I was in a bit of a difficult situation, having to go in and talk to a commanding general who was a very important part of an operation that I was involved in. And I asked the person that I was walking in with, how do I handle this? What do I do? How do I speak to a general? And I'll never forget what this officer said to me. He said, be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. So I will try to do at least two of the three things here today. I want to talk first about the moment, then the momentum, and then the power of partnership. We've heard a lot about the moment. You all are living the moment. It's certainly not lost on us. I'm a big believer that friendship is measured not when the sun is shining brightest, but when the night is darkest, and so that's why we're here. We're here to make sure that you know that our light is with you. I'd like to thank our hosts, Herzog, Ignite. You guys are doing incredible things. There's nothing more contagious and more powerful than the energy of passion and conviction. And Sean, you guys are just killing it. So really appreciate everything you guys are doing. Cody, the flight's not so long from Switzerland. We expect you to be here more often. So let me talk a little bit about what we're doing at the Department of Energy and how that can help serve as a platform for increased cooperation between the United States and Israel. You know, since 2008, our governments have jointly funded innovative projects through the Bird Energy Program. These projects have been proposed by U.S. and Israeli companies, and we can give them up to $1.5 million in R&D funding to help move those projects forward. I know there's a lot of funders in the room. Hopefully you will find each other and matchmake, as Cody said earlier in his remarks. And people might be wondering why $1.5 million is a meaningful amount of money in the context of what venture can bring to the table. And while I understand that Bird Energy provides a mechanism to collaborate with U.S. companies, it's this support and not just the money, but what the money says. And that is that from a government perspective, from an Israeli government perspective, from a U.S. government perspective, we are behind these projects and we are there to make sure that these projects come through and see success, that we field resources and results at the same time. Earlier this week, I got to see the benefits of some of these investments. I was at Avionics. There was a Bird grantee a few years ago. They just had General Motors lead their Series B round and are looking at putting a $400 million production facility in the United States. That is the exact kind of circularity and impact that we are trying to emphasize and elevate here in our cooperation, our collaboration with our Israeli partners. In the I think it's $86 million that we have deployed since the beginning of Bird Energy, that program has created over $1 billion of capital market valuation for our grantees. That's an incredible force multiplier. You know, the technologies that are necessary to accelerate the energy transition, to provide decarbonized energy solutions, and to provide the energy security that we all need require a lot of different inputs. And what we are doing at the Department of Energy is trying to figure out how we can crowdsource and crowd in funding to bring down the cost of those technologies and those inputs so that that acceleration can take place at an even greater scale and greater pace. Our Earthshots program, which is Secretary Granholm's marquee program for accelerating these key technologies, aims to achieve some really big things over the next couple years, reducing the cost of grid-scale energy storage by up to 90%, driving down the cost of floating offshore wind to $45 per megawatt hour by 2035, and getting to the ability to really harness deep tech and the ability for geothermal and enhanced geothermal to power so many of the important elements of the energy transition, including energy-intensive operations like data centers throughout the world. We look forward to continuing to work with you and all of our partners here. We've heard a lot about the ecosystem and the importance of the ecosystem, and that's something that's really landed with me in the 72 hours since I've been back in Israel. Nothing happens in a vacuum and nothing happens on its own. The ecosystem and the partnership, the community that you've all created here is absolutely essential to fielding those capabilities and making sure that we get to the goals that we need to in the time that we need to do them. Some of you heard me speak yesterday, and for those of you, I apologize for having to listen to me twice, but I will end with the same thing that I said to some of our folks yesterday. The complexity and the magnitude of the challenges that we face today are too big for any one of us to face and to solve for alone. And they say that if you want to go far, you go together, and if you want to go fast, you go alone. But we don't have that luxury in the current context. We have to go far and we have to go fast. So it's really been a privilege to be here. I look forward to hearing about all of the incredible things that you all are up to, and so look forward to running far and running fast together.
Josh, thank you, and to all the embassy and state, thank you so much for partaking in this event. So, a fun part, a fun tool that all stakeholders use here, and a quick little story about abroad. We recently went on a Texas delegation, co-led it with Net Zero, Israel Export Institute, and the Bird Foundation. Sean and I were invited. We were supposed to fly out. We went for 2 hours, and we went to a very atypical event, brainstorming what ecosystems and innovation and how to do that. And I went to the investors table. I'm sitting there, big private equity guy. We're talking, and he goes, "Oh, I didn't know it was you guys. I used your ecosystem map to write my master's." We're talking about a guy that at this time, private equity, he's not really focused on what's happening here, but he wrote a master's thesis on this map. So utilize this tool, and let's reveal the map. I'd like to bring up Sean Dana again, our CEO. I'd love to bring up Lior. She's head of clean tech and smart infrastructure sector at the Israel Export Institute, and Alon Turkasba. We had a whole conversation about that. Climate and agri-tech food tech sector manager for Startup Nation Central. I almost wanted to say actually.
Yeah, I can relate to the story that Cody just mentioned. If to be honest, just last year, we had just got a really random approach on LinkedIn from a guy from Brazil that told me that he's doing his way to Israel and approaching here and just saw our map and he saw the event and he said, can I volunteer and be part of the event and just help you around? A few months later, this guy is from Brazil, Rafael, made an aliyah, was impressed to see the energy tech ecosystem, how it's thriving, got a job in the ecosystem, and we're proud to hear and to say that this is the collaboration that made it happen. This collaboration couldn't be done with all those partners you see here and a great team behind all those companies that you see here around. It's maintenance that take a lot of time, 3 months, a few months that we're doing like a monthly conversation, check who are the companies that can get inside of that. There are specific criteria that need to be done for that. They need to get investment. They need to have a pilot or a grant in the pipeline. And we couldn't have done all this great job without Maor Polo from the SNC team, Nitzan Dayan, and Nitzan Odem, and also Gali Eshel, and the team of the Israel Export Institute, and Ilada just got a birth, and I think she's here around, whether in the crowd or down there. So thank you for all of you for this collaboration. Without further ado, I would like to let out on the stage Lior first, share some insights about.
Thank you so much, Sean. For us, at the Israeli Export Institute, a nonprofit organization assisting Israeli companies to scale up globally, the Energy Tech Map is an essential tool. It provides a clear and informative overview of the broad ecosystem to trade offices, multinationals, international organizations, investors, and more. The sector is maturing, with about 40% of the companies now in late stage development, creating new opportunities for business and investment. New subsectors like sustainable fuels showcase the ongoing innovation within the ecosystem. This year, we witnessed the entry of new funds into the Israeli ecosystem, with 4 foreign VCs that invested for the first time in Israeli energy tech companies, such as Clean Energy Ventures from Boston and Rivet Investments from France. Alon, do you want to dive into the map?
Thank you so much, Lior.
Go ahead.
So we're going to try and do a quick demo, which is always doomed to be challenging when you do a demo live, but we're going to do it live. Hi, everyone. Alon from Startup Nation Central. I'm managing the climate, the agri-food materials sector in Startup Nation Central. Part of what we do is also, of course, make our ecosystem as accessible as possible to the outside, to the international multinationals and investors. And part of that is our work on landscape maps, which a lot of it is based, of course, on our data assets, which is the Finder platform. And this time you're going to see not only a landscape map, but it's much more than a landscape map because it's linked back to our Finder platform. Most of the startups in Israel, most of the investors here, and as we heard from Cody, many people understand the Finder platform as a strong asset to get into the Israeli ecosystem. So what you see, of course, here is, first of all, as we mentioned, a lot of work behind the scenes because we do monitor over the 8,000 startups in Israel and specifically in the sector. We created this map. We have the categorizations of the map, but it's also linked back to the platform. If we click on one of those sectors, you get into what we have, as I mentioned, the platform itself, where you can have, first of all, lists, automated lists of all these categories. Of course, each startup is linked to its own profile, but as you saw in the top of the page, all the market analysis on this specific list. If you're linked or registered to the platform, which is of course free of charge, you just need to register. You can monitor this list, you can get more notifications, you can edit this list as you would like, and once again, much more information available on it. So this time I think we're releasing much more than just a map. We're releasing a tool behind the map for everyone to use. I urge you to use it. It was a lot of work. Thank you again, Maor, for mastering all the data behind a lot of data work to crunch the numbers and to work on and discuss with all the startups on creating this unique assets. And thank you again. And I urge you to go on and check it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a map inside, a touch screen. You can feel free to navigate there.
So as we get set up for our change makers, I'll maybe stay out of the way so you all can take great photos of the map. What's a change maker, right? A change maker is someone that has impact, that makes change, right? And if you are not up here this year as an honored change maker, become one this year. So the first change maker that I want to bring up is Shahar Belkin. He's the Executive Vice President of Product and Innovation at ZutaCore. Now, the story of ZutaCore, they were directly impacted by the war. They temporarily closed down, but the resiliency, a prime example, they still raised $30 million and developed international strategic partners. He also wears another hat as the chairman of South Up. And the moderator that I'd like to bring up is Gary Solomon. He is the Climate Tech Innovation Diplomacy at Startup Nation Central. And as you see, Startup Nation Central has been a great partner of ours. So we're going to have a little fireside chat with them and enjoy.
Hi.
Hi, Gary.
Good morning, Shachar. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Cody and the team for hosting us today, and Herzog as well. So I'd like to start, Shachar, with a very simple question. Joshua Volz reminded us earlier of the importance of cooling data center. And we're going to hear about amazing energy technologies today, renewable energies, generation, etc. But cooling data centers is a bit odd in this map. Can you tell us how it contributes to solving climate change?
Yeah, it is a bit odd because it's just cooling, and usually cooling is actually wasting energy when you're cooling something like air conditioning, something like that. But when we look at the data center industry, and everybody who looks at that sees the growth of that industry and the growth of the chips that went from 100 watt 5 years ago to 1,000 watt now per chip, per GPU. The neighbor building here, NVIDIA, is helping that a lot. So it's actually, this industry is, I would say, on the other side of what you're talking here of sustainability. But the way it was cooled until today was that every watt of computing needed at least 1 watt of cooling. A huge waste, and if you're looking at the growth, you're seeing a 2x growth in the power consumption of data centers. That already a data center, just to put it in consentive, a big data center takes electricity like a big city. Okay, it's huge amount of power. What ZutaCore brought to the market is the ability to cool the data centers or the chips in the data center very, very efficiently, meaning that instead of 1 watt for cooling for every watt of computing, you only need 1 watt of cooling for every 10 watt of computing, meaning a reduction of 90% in the power consumption needed for cooling. And the reason is that ZutaCore developed a technology that the majority of the power used to cool is the power from the heat of the chips. It actually boils the liquid, and the vapor itself moves away with the heat, removing the heat away with the same power that you're trying to cool. So it's a twofold there. But this is just one part. Being ability to reduce the power of cooling is a huge advantage, but it's still not enough. The industry is looking now how to get data centers into carbon neutral. That is the holy grail, but there's no way of doing it just by reducing the energy, because these chips anyway consume a lot of power all the time. So what ZutaCore is doing, because all the heat is being transferred into a stream of vapor in the tube, you're actually harvesting all that heat, and you can remove it outside the data center and provide it as energy to additional components, meaning If it's you're near a city, there's energies coming out as hot water, 70 degrees Celsius water that be connected directly to the grid of the city for heating up buildings. If you're near farms, it could be heating up the greenhouses or the fish pools. This is the energy that is really becoming energy. And by not only saving energy, but also reusing the energy, you're by twofold bringing those data centers to actually being zero carbon.
Fascinating, thanks. And so you're saying twofold, reducing the required input of energy by 90% and harvesting the wasted heat to heat small communities as well and other.
Yeah, and this is a call for this industry because this water coming out are not in a temperature you can actually generate electricity for it. But I would love to have all the brains here in Israel and find out what you can do with 70-degree water to actually store it and remove it and provide it, not only for heating buildings, pools, or greenhouses, because this will be a huge advantage and a big leap for this industry.
Thanks. And just to put things into scale, I looked it up, and I worked in the shipping industry previously, and the contribution to the global emissions of the data sphere today is equivalent to the one emitted by the whole shipping industry, which is literally moving 90% of everything on Earth, which is about 3% of the global emission. And as you rightly mentioned, it's meant to increase drastically with the use of AI. I'd like to ask you a question, and we've talked about resilience already during the different introductions that we've heard. I know that Dutacor is based in Sderot, and you've been badly affected by the war and the events. Can you tell us a bit more about your story of resilience? And we've heard Sean saying that you've had actually a very good last half year.
Yes, so yes, Dutacor is in Sderot, and most of the employees, I think over 90%, are from the region of the Western Negev. And yeah, it hit us right in the face, but the company almost immediately understood that the importance of resiliency and the importance of showing our customers in the world that we are not affected was very, very important. By 3 weeks after October, we reopened the offices. People worked from remotely because a big part of our employees have been evacuated from their homes and still are. With that, I want to share with you something that a company that is located in the region has that other companies don't. And that is a very, I would say, an additional force. We were talking here about energy. Additional energy that comes from a mission more than just success of a company. And the people there came, even some of them had to drive 2 hours from the north of Israel to the south of Israel just for work. But people knew and know that they have a mission, not only after October, but actually they came before that. Companies in the region come with additional energy and additional mission to complete, and this is something that maybe I'll call from here, but this is very important. You should talk with additional companies there. That mission helps them become better companies, better success. Their employees are better energized to succeed in what they do. And this is the secret sauce that would help companies in the region become better, and more companies are welcome to join.
Thanks. And for my last question, I'd like to continue on that mission-driven purpose. You're also part of the SouthUp incubator. Can you tell us more about the incubator, how it helps energy startups like yours, and more, and blend it into a more mission-driven journey?
Well, just to put it in the right perspective, SouthUp is an incubator, but is an NGO. It's a non-profit organization that opens the incubator in the Western Negev, what we used to call up to a few months ago Otef Aza, but we don't call it anymore. But in the region, the reason that this was opened was to bring more and more companies into this region. And I'm talking 2016, where you can count in 2 hands all the startups or the tech companies you had in the region. Now you have probably almost 100 altogether, and this is something that really is happening as we speak. But this is something that, well, my belief and a lot of others will help the region reignite, reinforce, and open again, because we need the young people in Israel to come there to work. We need the startups, we need the technology to bring more employment to that area. That area needs now reinforcement. And one thing I do want to mention here is that as we speak, SouthUp is working with a few of the big powers in the industry to open up a venture capital called Ophir SouthUp Ventures to invest in companies in the region. And we are now calling everybody to help that, because that will really help ignite the area and bring the more technology and startups and people to work there. That's what we need to happen in the next 2-3 years in order to really ignite the area.
Thank you very much, Shachar.
Thank you very much.
So, another what we say on topic. As a result of the 7th of October, there was a creation of an impact fund. Iron Nation, it's an emergency fund that was created, ensuring the continuity of early stage Israeli startups. I think that's extremely important. The early startups need it, right? As a longevity, you've been around, it's a little easier as you scale, but these early startups need it. And so I want to invite up Jason Wolf, co-founder of Iron Nation, and also he understands the highs and lows, as he formerly was with Better Place, and so it's great to hear your point of view. And then Lior, I want to bring you back up. I forgot to do it before, but congratulations on your new role. And not with us today, her predecessor, Hila Lippman, and they've been great partners as a result of Hila and all the work that she's done. Hila recently had a baby, so that's why she's not here with us today.
I'll just correct Cody that Ila is coming very soon. Maybe she was already here, but okay. Jason, thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having me, and congratulations. I thought he's going to say for your birthday, but we know it was your birthday.
Yeah, it was quite a way to celebrate. So, Jason, tell me, what have you been up to until October 7th?
So, we've only got 10 minutes, but in 1 minute, I'm South African born, so you don't have to guess about this funny accent. I decided to make Aliyah at the age of 5. My parents dragged me kicking and screaming. I fell in love with this country. I'm probably one of the staunchest Zionists there are. I'll be happy to compete with anybody to see someone who's more. Maybe there's one here in the crowd who I spent 8 years in Special Forces with that person, and never thought I would leave. In '94, I left for 1 year, spent 25 years in Silicon Valley, did pretty much, everything tech possible. Started boring traditional enterprise software, was pulled out by Shai Agassi to start something called Project Better Place, which is basically an energy tech, climate tech, whatever tech. But in 2007, it was a pretty lonely field. Spent 5 years leading Better Place North America. Then I did, most of you know the ending there, but did a few other startups, came back to Israel finally 5 years ago, and I've been an entrepreneur for 30 years. So that's what I did till October 7th.
You've been busy. So I understand that on October 10th, just 3 days after the war broke out, you embarked on a new journey by founding Iron Nation with 2 partners. Could you share with us the story behind founding Iron Nation and what the fund aims to achieve?
Quick hands. Who has heard of Iron Nation?
Wow.
Pretty impressive. I didn't think I'm going to ask that question, but I had to see what people have seen. So a lot of people, I understand, are entrepreneurs here. As entrepreneurs, and I've never been or wanted to be on the investor side. When the war broke out, we all looked at what we're going to do. looking at my age, looking at my other two partners, Gil Friedman, who's an ex-Air Force pilot, and Chen Linchevsky, who's from my unit from Sayeret Matkal, we said, what can we do? And Chen came up with this idea following a very horrific day for our unit where we lost 9 soldiers in a single day. It's pretty much the entire history of our unit didn't lose 9 soldiers. We lost 9 soldiers in that single October 7th day. We looked at what we can do, and you know the list. We could have gone to pick, we could have gone to transport people, we could have gone to do a lot of very worthy things, but after 30 years as entrepreneurs, we realized that there's going to be a lot of young people exactly in this age group that are going to be called out to Miluim. They're going to be doing reserve duty, so they won't be able to be running their startups. They're going to lose funding because which VC doesn't want to take away money when there's extra risk involved? They might lose customers, they might lose partners. So we came and we said, we're going to take this the entrepreneur way. We have an invented VC, so we're going to leverage the entire ecosystem, both on the service providers, people that do kind of the legal and IP and investor relations side, as well as the people that select and mentor companies. There's lots of them in this amazing ecosystem. So we leveraged everybody, but we set up a VC. We brought in $20 million fairly quickly. We were the most active VC in Q1 24 after being in Q4 only an idea. And our mission is basically help entrepreneurs that were on a trajectory to be these next great companies, but that the war slowed them down, stopped them. We've got so many different examples. We've made 15 investments so far. We've still got money to invest. So this is a call out. And that's what we've been doing since October 7th.
Amazing. Can you walk us through our nation's startup selection process? What criteria do you prioritize when identifying potential startups?
Great follow-on question. So I said we're open, but it's not, I'll start with what it's not. It's not a philanthropy. So we're not here to save companies that would not survive without us, which is of course not an easy distinction. But what we are looking for, we're looking for companies that, I'll start with there's 2 criteria. There's one, the business criteria. This is going to be a great company, like any VC looks at. But the other thing is that there was some impact. And impact is very variable, very subjective. But they have to show impact from the war. Okay, those are the 2 broad criteria. So diving in below that, you have had to had at least $1 million in prior investment. We don't do first check, pre-seed. We're not there. So if you've got a great idea, go find the money, go do it. We are doing seed and A stage companies, which means you've had $1 million before. You have to have at least a handful, 6, 7 employees, because we're looking at the impact on the entire ecosystem. We've had 800 applicants today, which represent $4 billion of invested capital. And of course, with raising only $20 million, we only can do about 20 or so investments. So you have had to raise that money. You have to have a significant amount of people. You have to have some kind of proof of concept, something that's working, maybe pre-revenue, post-revenue, depending on exactly where you are, but it has to show that there's indications of product market fit. And then we're a great partner because we can come in and invest between $500,000 and $1.5 million in a process that's fairly quick. Initially we were a little naive, like all entrepreneurs. Some of the assumptions we made where we'll be able to make an investment in 2 to 3 weeks didn't pan out that way. But unlike traditional VCs, we're much quicker because we've got 100 volunteers, experts from the top people in all industries, and they can help us cut the time without lowering the quality of the companies we invest in.
Thank you. So I have to ask, as a climate tech entrepreneur, how do you feel about investing in energy tech companies?
It's a great question. Unfortunately, only one of the 15 companies we've invested in is energy tech related and was on this beautiful map that I didn't see before, but one of the bigger companies on this map. So it means there's opportunity for you guys, whoever needs that. coming from Better Place in 5 years in pseudo energy tech, because back in 2007-8, when we would sit, and I was in Silicon Valley, with there was really like a Tesla team, there was the California utilities, 3 utilities. We would sit in a very small group and talk about all those big complex things on the map, generation, transmission, microgrids, and it was all fairly early. And I'm still seeing a lot of those same discussions. We would have thought that by now everybody would be driving electric cars that would do vehicle to grid and backwards. So for me, this is probably, and when they asked me to come speak here, I said, this is the one I want, because we're generalists. I believe that from a monetary perspective and the change that's happening in the world, yeah, cyber, we know all that. But energy is definitely one of the top industries. And just one last thing. Yesterday I was in a workshop, a round table around Tkuma, because Shachar mentioned the Otef, and hopefully they don't call it the Otef anymore. But I was in a workshop in Jerusalem with the government Tkuma people, with Apollo Group, some big financiers and that. And there's a huge opportunity here for the ecosystem. Of course, you can't put unproven technologies in the ground, like someone here in the audience reminded me an hour ago. But we have to work together as an ecosystem between the business and the technology and everything to make sure that we actually come out stronger than we were. So for me, would love to see more portfolio companies, and we do have more money to invest. So you can apply at ironnation.org. It's just ironnation.org, one word, and we'll be happy to get a lot of energy companies.
Amazing. Wow, Jason, I have to say that I'm truly inspired by your work in both supporting the tech ecosystem and driving business growth. I'm looking forward to seeing how Iron Nation continues to expand its footprint in the energy tech ecosystem.
And working with Machon HaYetzu.
And working with Machon HaYetzu. And Cody, there's Hila. I told you she's coming.
I know, I was about to make the correction. My first one of the night. Hilam is, she just walked in after I said that, so congratulations for having a baby. Thank you for all the work that you've done, and thanks for allowing us to steal you. I don't know if you noticed the trend right now, but we've had, I think this year, we in terms of our speakers and change makers, we have more women on stage than men, right? It's amazing. We have our Women in Energy initiative, and it's and there's been a shift also. It's not just about equal employment in the workforce. It's also, let's get women in the boardroom. Let's have them also make decisions at the same time. And so what I want to bring up right now is Gilly Hazler. She's the managing director of head of global innovation and investment at the Israel Electric Company. Now, just to put it in perspective, right? The continuity, the resilience, the strength that all of us have been putting into this. The Israel Electric Company, they made 3 investments, and at a time where there's not a lot of stability as a result of the 7th of October, the Israel Electric Company was able to maintain the grid. They provided stability in challenging times. And they assisted in keeping the grid running. They assisted their employees, and they're investing, which is amazing. And so I also want to bring up our moderator, Roni El-Halal Givon. She is the head of our Women in Energy, and she does an amazing job. And we're proud that there's a strategic partnership between these two, and they've worked in a program together that you'll hear about.
Hey Gilly, it's
Hi.
great to have you here, and I'm happy to interview you. It's been only a year and a half since you arrived at IAC, but it feels much longer given the occasions of the last week and all the things that have been done.
Right. I feel the same. Feel like it's forever.
So speaking about the last year and the occasions of October 7, what the first thing that happened were the blackouts and service denial, followed by repairs made under fire by your technical teams. Now, what were the challenges, and how can innovation better help your people on the front?
Yeah. Well, I guess everyone had the same feeling when October 7th happened, but in Israel Electric, we really felt like we're the first line we had, I'm sure you all remember, at the beginning, there were like missiles all the time, all over, and the grid was affected immediately. And we understood that we, as Israel Electric, we're fighters. We have to get that grid going, and we have to stop or take care of the power outages that were all the time there. And our people, the technical teams, just had to go out there with maybe only helmets and vests to literally fix the grid under fire. And that was the first thing that we as a company had to cope with. So the first few days were like a complete chaos as most of the country, but we understood our role and mission very quickly. And the innovation team and around the company was like, how can we help here? Because sometimes innovation is something that you put like as a second base, right? Now there's a war. Now we need to take care of fixing the grid. No innovation now. No time for things that gonna take maybe longer. Now we have to do only what's necessary. So we said innovation has to be recruited just like everyone else. And we came up with, like in a few days, we established like a Hamal, like innovation Hamal, innovation operating room. And we took people from all over the different units of the company, and we said, what can the innovation help with? And the main thing that occurred was that our technical teams, the employees, they have to go out there under fire and fix the grid, of course, and they have only helmets and vests. They don't have protection, which is crazy to think about. It's like sending soldiers, right? At the beginning, everybody, we all heard stories about the equipment that is missing. So it was the same. It was equipment that's missing because nobody ever coped with that number of power outages and missiles going, and we didn't have the right equipment. So the innovation unit, with the help of all the other units on participating in that innovation Hamal, we just started to act like a startup. We started to understand the need, to understand the pain, to understand what we need to do, because we had to have it quickly. They have to have it tomorrow morning working. And we came up with two solutions for our field teams. One of them was really actually just a mobile shelter, right? Because when you go out to fix the grid, and then there was alarm like every few minutes back then, they didn't have anywhere to go to except just lay down underground and put their hands on their heads, which is crazy to think about, because they need to do their job and get the power back to the people of Israel. So we created a mobile shelter that they could take with them on the track all over the country. And another thing was we created a protection for the truck with the lifts, where the employees are going up to the higher poles. So we understood that the employees that are going up there to fix, and it's usually 2 employees, and they cannot go down when they have like a 10 seconds of alarm to go down and get into the nice new mobile shelter that we created. So for those 2 up there, it's not enough time to go down. So we understood that we have to take care of the basket itself, the basket that they go up, that lift take them up. So we, with the help of Rafael and a bunch of other security bodies in Israel, it was a great cooperation, and everybody worked together. We created a real just protection to the basket itself. So what they can do, they just go down inside the basket when they're up there fixing the grid. And that was 2 solutions that the innovation unit came up with in 3 weeks, from really idea to production. And our field employees now use those protection solutions all around. So I think innovation has a very big part of helping just coping with the results of this war.
Thank you, Gili. Now, the Israeli Electric Corporation has been perceived as a slow-moving giant for years.
For sure.
However, the reform has pushed you to a new era, and as Cody mentioned, we see now more investment. Now, can you elaborate on which companies you are looking for to invest and which are for pilots, and what are the differences between the two?
Yeah. So it's very true. First of all, we are a giant, and it's the biggest governmental company in Israel, and it has a lot of regulation, has a lot of things coming up with it. It's also a 100 years old company, so it is old, if we want to look at it that way. But we do see really as a national responsibility, this is how we see it, to invest and in the Israeli ecosystem. First of all, for the Israeli ecosystem, and also for the sake of the company, which is supposed to give a better service to the country and to the people that live here, and to have a better grid and a better power generation and everything. So as we saw it, we see it all the time as a national responsibility. So it started before October 7th, but as soon as October 7th happened, we understood that we have a really big role in helping the ecosystem and in getting the grid a better equipment and everything. So we decided to push even further the investments and to see where we can take it forward, really like just to take the market with us. We see two main areas where we want to invest and where we look for investments. And we put it's actually a part of what's going on in the world and in Israel specifically. It's not a secret that we have a really big revolution going on in energy. We see the EV, the electric vehicles are coming up really quickly. We see the new technologies like storage. We see the new PV is all over, right? The generation, which is great, and we need to support it. But the whole thing needs to be supported by the grid. And the grid was not designed like this. It was designed when there were like a few, like maybe 15 power plants in Israel, right? That just generated the energy and distributed to the whole country. And suddenly, we have a very decentralized power generation all over the country. And the grid needs to support that big revolution and get all those technologies into the grid safely. And this is a big thing. So when we look at that, we understand that improving the capabilities of the transmission and the distribution, everything that can help us improve the grid and those capabilities is something that we put our focus on, a huge focus on, because if we're not going to do that, then we're going to find it very hard to connect all the PV that the country wants to push, and of course, and we're going to have a really big problem in connecting all the EV to the grid. So everything that can improve the capability of the grid is a big focus that we put on investments, and also on the other part, on the power generation, where we generate in the power plants. We look at everything that can help us improve the generation, make it a greener power generation. We look at CO2 capture. We look at hydrogen very much. We just created Hellet, like in Israel Electric, to see how we're going to support the hydrogen, because we're going to be a big consumers of the hydrogen when it's going to be efficient.
Thank you. Now, a different kind of innovative thinking.
Right.
Gili, about a year ago, we talked about Women in Energy Corporate Governance Program. And just recently, we wrapped up our first cohort.
Yay.
Yes, as partners, of course. Now, you come from the field of innovation, so tell me what pushed you to join this initiative?
When you look at innovation, you cannot have everyone think the same. You have to have that diversity. It's a huge part of just to innovate. You have to have different voices, different thinking, and this is in one sentence. This is what pushed me in, because I see innovation as a core thing for every big utility, of course, but over every corporation. So for us in Israel Electric, if we're not gonna push that diverse thinking, we're not going to have innovation as a good innovation. So this is why I want to thank you for that beautiful partnership, which we really had 42 amazing women just finished the cohort, and we're going to have many more.
Yes, I'm already looking forward our second cohort. The first one definitely set a very high standard for us. It will be very difficult to meet.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, just to conclude the session and give us a challenge for 2025, for the IEC, what field would you like to tackle and to see our next All-Stars?
Oh, wow. There's many, but if I have to maybe choose one, so maybe everything, technologies that can help the energy conversion efficiency. Everything that goes under this is something, please talk to me. That's what I can tell. I hope to see many more technologies like this, because it's for the sake of the state of Israel more than anything else.
Sean, we have a mission. Thank you, Gili.
Thank you, guys.
Gili, Roni, thank you so much. And as we look forward to the next All-Stars, the state of Israel also needs to look forward in the geopolitical aspect in terms of energy. And so I want to bring up Galit Cohen. She's the Director of Program on Climate Change at the Institute for National Security Studies. I think it's great when we put it in a geopolitical context, the importance of innovation creates resiliency. Perspective of Israel in shaping the future of energy in the Middle East, especially as we know globally and historically, wars can be fought over energy and resources. And then I would like to bring up Alon Terkaspa. He sent me a voice note when I asked him to make sure, and then he said in Hebrew, actually. So this is a brother, and Startup Nation Central is one of the best strategic partners out there for any organization. As rain or shine, they are there for you. And we love Alon because you also send deep, meaningful questions in the middle of the night and have such interest in tech. So thank you for being you. Please come take the stage, you two.
Hi, Galit.
Hey.
So Galit is the head of the Climate National Security Program at the INSS, but also important to mention she was the former Director General of the Ministry of Environmental Protection. So thank you for being with us today. You know, we consider ourselves pretty good at adapting and innovating in face of adversity. Maybe we could start with you telling us about what recent innovations in the Israeli energy sector really excite you.
Just a minute. Before I'll answer your question, I would like to say that I'm so excited to see the new map of your map that, with all those a lot of startups in Israel in energy tech, but I know that you are also have other climate tech. So I'm very excited to see all this one. And just to tell you that in the Ministry of Environmental Protection, when I used to work for 23 years, whenever we need information about startups, we always look about your website and we say, this is the most reliable information, so thank you for that. So I'm excited to you know, there is some already existing companies in Israel that we can adapt, like the and what we are looking about all the decentralized system. So the Interplus is a company that can manage microgrid. We're looking about storage. So energy storage, we already have some Israeli companies, but I would like to mention one, the Gensel. Gensel has a very important role in Hillel Yaffe Hospital when they have a cyber attack. So it's not just the climate and other issues, it's also about cyber attack and so on. So there is some that are already here, and we'll love to see adaptation of those.
Thank you. It's important for us to see things actually working on the ground, of course. Startups are our life day to day, but we want to see also the impact. What role does the energy innovation implemented by utilities and startups play in maintaining grid resilience and ensuring sufficient redundancies in face of the current threats and challenges in our sector?
Yeah, so if we are looking about the electric market in Israel and all the chain, let's say, we'll start from the resources, the energy resources. Our challenges is in all the way from the energy resources, if it's from the natural gas fields in the Mediterranean or other imported oils that we are importing from not so friendly countries, continue with our power plants, and then continue with the distribution, the electric grid, and so on. So our challenges in all this system, and I would like just to mention 3 of them. First, of course, the climate. In the climate time, you will generate less energy, you have to distribute more, but you can also distribute less. So this is one threat. And the second one is that all the Israeli market is electrifying and moving to more and more electrification. So we need to add our capacity very much in this very next decades and so on. And of course, lastly is the wartime and the war attack. And we finally realized that we are not prepared at all for an extreme events. So if we would like to manage all those threats together, we have, and we heard that before, we have to focus on decentralization principle. And it means from the generation of the electricity, and of course the solar energy, we have all this. Continue with the energy storage. It's not just in the power plants. We have in the power plant, we have some also already existing, but we need it. As we said, decentralized, it means by every home, every hospital, and of course, every military bases. So this can make us, and of course, those innovative technologies of smart grid, the microgrid management systems that can create an independent system wherever we need, wherever we can, and of course, inside those cities. Inside, in the built area, if we can generate our electricity and use it inside, then we can prepare also for an emergency time, wartime. We won't have a shutdown like we are always all afraid from.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to also relate back to what Josh mentioned when we just started this day and zoom out a little bit. So considering the fact that many global conflicts are driven by energy and resource issues, what reforms, changes, and innovations in the Middle East could facilitate a transition to more sustainable energy use across this region?
Yeah, so I think that I'm coming from the INSS. We are always looking about all the national security issues and looking what is the right strategy for Israel to go out from this difficult time. It's a collaboration with the moderated countries around us, supporting by the US, of course, the US allies, working together. With this collaboration, we can not only create a vision, a good vision for our nation and for all this area, it's also about electricity. I don't think that Israel should continue this that we can handle ourselves, we can do everything ourselves. No, we can't. The 13th of April just realized we can't do it alone. And we shouldn't. We have friends. We have friends that here, and they are very good friends, and they can bring their friends with us. So if we're looking even about our electricity and our grid, more and more reliable on natural gas and so on, but if we will be connected with the grid, with our neighbors, yes, it is vulnerable. Yes, it is a lot of risks, but there is a lot of opportunity. If you want to be an island, like California is transitioning electricity from Texas or elsewhere, we can do it also. That's also, it's vulnerable, but it also make a stabilization of this area. It's not stabilize just the peace and the, let's say, the condition and the relationship between us and our neighbors. It's also about stabilize our electric, I think, condition.
Thank you very much, Galit. Fascinating. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Galit. Thank you, Alon. And so the idea of the future, the independence, and long-term strategy, we have Tal Avishai. She is the Director of Long-Term Policy and Strategic Projects. And let's bring it back to the domestic front and the future of energy and the missions in the regions affected. And I think of no better person than Galit Schiff. She is the project manager of Ignite the Sparks initiative, which is Build Back Better. Come find one of us. We can go into exact detail of how we want to help the Tikuma and that region. Find anyone from our team, and we'll be happy to discuss that with you.
Good morning, Tal.
Good morning.
And thank you, Sean, Eshel, and Ignite family. It's a pleasure being part of this team, working on this very important mission. And it's my pleasure to have you here with me, Tal.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So, Tal, we know you went to the Ministry of Energy just the COVID-19, and then you came back to the ministry at the time of war. It feels almost a contradiction in terms to work on long-term plans with such a chaos and immediate needs. How was it?
So first of all, it is a chaos, but we live in Israel. We're used to chaos. Our reality is a chaos always. Yes, COVID has changed a lot, and the war, of course, and October 7th as well. And I think that my current role is actually a combination that gives the best answer to your question. So one thing that I'm in charge of is the long-term policy, as you mentioned. And we're trying to look as far as we can in order to make the best plans and in order to give clarity to the private sector so we can be there and do our work the best we can. For example, one of the works we're working on these days is the Israeli strategy for net zero emissions from the energy sector by the year of 2050, which is pretty much it's soon. And we're trying to give clarity, but I think that more than the chaos, the bigger challenge is the uncertainty. The energy sector, if you take a look, even 5 years ago, the energy sector in Israel looked totally different than it is today, and then it will be in 5 more years and even 2 more years. And we're trying to plan and get ready to 30 years ahead. And this is the biggest challenge. And I think that the best solution, and even pretty much the only solution, is technologies and innovation. And this is connected to the other part of my role, which is strategic projects. One of the main of them right now is our plan, the energy plan for the rehabilitation and development of the Tkuma region, Otef Aza, and also we're looking to the north of Israel and start thinking about that as well. And this is very urgent. We are looking at it as a challenge, but also an opportunity. We want not only to build back better, but to build back the best we can. And when we look at it, this is an opportunity in my vision, when in 3 more years, even 2 more years, a foreign minister of energy will come to Israel. The Israeli minister of energy will take him to the Tkuma region and will show him how we want the energy sector will look like in a few more years. It means microgrid, smart grid, sustainable water systems. It means renewable energies together with storage. And this is what we are looking at. It's not like a pilot, but more as a pioneering. And we truly hope we'll make it happen the best, and that if so, we'll duplicate it to the whole country.
We definitely feel that in our common work, and we all hope for a better future. We're really in a state of mind that we need this. You want to maybe elaborate a little bit with how and when do you think it can happen?
So hopefully soon, very soon. The energy sector got a budget of 300 million shekels, which is pretty much a lot, speaking about energy budgets in Israel. And we are willing to start taking out that money in that current year. For now, it will be what we can do the fastest we can, which is more about the infrastructures. But we are starting to think about innovation and technologies and how we can put it together at that region. It means both implement technologies, but also developing technologies at that region. Someone here spoke before about the ecosystem, and we believe that the Tkuma region is one of the best ecosystems that can be in Israel and in the world. A very sad fact that I figured only a few months ago is that the public investments in energy in Israel are less than a third than the average of the countries in the OECD, which is insane and very, very sad. And we hope that we can make the change there. And we is everyone that is sitting in that room. Because Israel, we can reduce emissions and we can do whatever we can, but we're a small country. And as a startup nation, this is our role. This is our advantage. This is the best way we can contribute to the world and to climate change and help ourselves, but also the world.
It's really inspiring to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, in the work that Ignite is doing with the different communities, we see different needs. We work both with Tkuma and with the ministry, and we work with the different communities, and we see that the needs of Nir Oz is very different than the needs of Sderot and Magen, and the different communities ask for different help. And with working with such a big region, what do you think it's more important, to look at the overall picture and to look at the transmission and the grid, or the holistic picture, or to work with the communities, with their different needs? How do you see it?
So I think both are important. We cannot do anything without the residents, and they are the client eventually. But in energy and infrastructures, we have to look at the bigger picture. We build a program, a plan. We have a very nice project. And now is the implementation part, which is the hardest. And we believe that our job and our role at that point is not to force anyone to do anything, but first of all, to enable by regulation, by budget, by financial, and also to help them make the decisions the best they can. That means to give them information that's accessible for them, and make them make the best decision for them together.
Yeah, definitely important. I think almost everyone on this floor addressed the questions of innovation and whether it's the time for innovation. But we still hear people saying, no, resilience is important, and we want to make sure that we give the communities the exact needs that they need, and we cannot take a risk with innovation. And working with Ignite, we try to make this leverage and to bring both the needs of the communities and to push forwards innovation. So maybe you can say some words about how you see it and to share something with the work with Ignite.
Sure. So Ignite is our very good partners. We work together, and we think innovation is, again, it's the solution. It's not a problem. Of course, it is challenging, but the reality is challenging. We're facing today issues that we never thought we will address, and we saw that innovation and technologies can help us get better and improve their resilience and making the energy sector more reliable, cheaper, and cleaner. And this is our job as the Ministry of Energy, and we cannot do it without you. So I'm asking you, please, if we can help you to help us, please approach. We would love to work together, help. And we're sometimes the obstacle. We have to say that. We're government, public sector. It's hard, but we can also be the solution, almost as much as innovation and technologies. So please, if you're reaching a problem, an obstacle of the government that we can help you with, please come and tell us, and let's think together how we can overcome it. We are now using a lot the phrase of "together we'll win," ביחד ננצח. And I think that, I don't know if we can win together, but for sure, we can only make a change together. So I'm welcoming you, and thank you again.
No better words to end with. Thank you for being such a great partner. We need you.
Thank you very much.
Tyler Galit, thank you so much. I appreciate both of you taking the time. Don't worry, we have people to help out on that. Great. So we talk a lot about the future, but I think it's also the present that plans for the future that's extremely important. So Yael Meir, she is the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer at Tadiran's Innovation and Growth Department. I mentioned a lot of partners that we have of Ignite, a lot of strategic partners. I think it's really important to highlight Tadiran because Tadiran is doing both, right? They're focused on the now and assisting early stage, but then the best part is they're also working at the same time to focus on global expansion and, as I mentioned, creating a clear pathway to be able to assist startups. So Yael, I'd like to invite you up to be able to share with us.
Hi, everybody. Happy to be here. And thank you for Sean and Cody and Eshel and Gali and the whole team of Ignite the Spark. I think that for us, being a corporate that is active in the Israeli and global market for so many years, not necessarily on the high tech and the ecosystem on the daily basis, it was very important to join forces with such innovators that can drive the business together. And today I would like to share with you some of our insights very quickly. Okay. So Tadiran Tech is the innovation and growth division of Tadiran. A few words about Tadiran. Tadiran, I'm sure that all of you know the brand, a leading legacy brand in the air conditioning business, but today we are a group. We have two main business verticals. One is the consumer goods, which include the HVAC activity and also air treatment, which was our first gate to penetrate the innovation and pure technology arena. We developed our own technology for 5 years, from ideation to creation, and now we have a product that we are distributing all over the world and take care of the air that you breathe. It's an add-on device for air conditioners. We are very proud about it. It's called Tadiran Aero. And on the new energy sector, we have different activities in distributing equipment. We have Tadiran Energy Solution specializing in storage and utilities. Arava, cladding curtain walls and BIPV. We have Tadiran Aluminium, our aluminum factory that gives us the platform for the mounting systems, and VP Solar, one of the biggest distributors, wholesalers in EV PV equipment in Italy, which is our leading branch in the international business, mainly focusing on Italy and Europe. And today I would like to talk about a specific topic of a lot of things that we are doing. About CNI, with one example within the CNI sector. But before we are talking about CNI and why we will talk about CNI, I want to start with residential. So us, Tadiran is a very strong brand in the residential segment, both HVAC and renewable energy. So far, also when we look in Europe, residential was the leading segment that led the market with a lot of regulation and incentives that drove a lot of demand. And also a lot of talk about how we connect all the different elements in the house into one system, and with the energy transition in HVAC as well as renewable energy from gas to electricity, PV, and EV. But residential is a mature market. We see clearly that the penetration rates are fairly high in Europe, but however, prices of PV panels are declining dramatically. We still see a very positive forecast for penetration and growth in the energy rates, but when we look on the value, not in terms of megawatts, but in terms of value, we see that it becomes a commodity, more and more a commodity. The revenue will decline and also the profitability. And by the end of the day, let's not forget that 50% of the population in Europe doesn't live in detached houses. They live in apartments where PV is less popular. And that brings us to the four main drivers that will drive the renewable energy, mainly to the CNI segment. One is electrification. We know that there is an increased demand for electricity in all CNI segments. We see a huge demand from data centers, as was mentioned before in the beginning of the day. The second one is stabilization. We talked a lot about the grid and the stabilization of the grid and the need to not to be relied so much on the existing infrastructure. Emission, net zero, which becomes a common standard for companies. And of course, regulation, with the regulation going to that direction, and drives a lot of demand and budgets to develop the market within the CNI. So today, very, very quickly, we will put a spotlight about one of the segments that we are looking on, which is the agri-PV, especially in Italy, because this is our main market. Very interesting segment because it creates a unique segment that involves innovation, knowledge. You need to be expert on the agriculture part of it. You need to come with a specific systems that will be suitable for agri-PV. And it's new and it's growing, and with use cases from other countries. And we see that it starts to penetrate to the Italian market as well. We also know that there was the first agri-PV project in Israel. And I need to finish. Why is it interesting? It's interesting because there are incentives, more than $7 billion euros to incentivize this segment. And a lot is going on the product and on technology level. So I have another 20 seconds. We are looking for you innovators at Tadiran. Innovation is very important for us. We're looking for new technologies, new products in these fields. And feel free to contact us. We are here, and you can contact us later on. Look for Tadiran Tech. Thank you. Good luck to you all. And thanks, Ignite the Spark.
Thank you, Yael. So, again, I want to thank Tadiran for being a great strategic partner of Ignite the Spark. And you had briefly mentioned it, our ideation workshop, energy ideation to creation, which is an integral part because we even do a pre-ideation workshop, then we could take them there, and then working with the strategic partners like you excels the process. So, first half is done right now. We're going to take, I can hear stomachs rumbling. So let's take a 40-minute break for lunch. You could disperse yourself between the first and second floor. We'll be back in 40 minutes and to hear more of our investor side and their understanding. Once we start, please make sure to leave this area clear because as the door opens and closes, it's a little bit harder for our online audience around the world to be able to hear. Enjoy lunch and we'll see you back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind taking your seats, please take your seats as we're going to be starting in 54 seconds. We'll be starting in now 50 seconds, so please wrap up your networking and take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. All our friends in the back, please file in, take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to kick it off with our investor side. So we heard the change makers and what's happening today with the plan for the future. And this is the part where we come in and we focus on the investment that will drive the future. If you could please take your seats. And we're going to start with a little video to kick it off and bring the energy back after a nice meal. Great. So as you all saw, we have our top 11 startups that are going to be here with our jury fighting for a place with our 3 different prizes. But first, as you saw, there's partners that make all this happen in terms of international borders, in terms of the programs that we run here. So again, you know where to find Sean. He's here all day. You know where to find me afterwards, after I step off the stage. And so first I want to bring up the next panel. We have a really interesting, can you bring me the one? Can you bring me the one with Yael? Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm going to bring up a really interesting panel. We had the opportunity to go to Texas and be able to meet with the with the DELIC team. The benefit of meeting with the DELIC team in the US, we took a delegation of 10 Israeli CEOs. That trip was supposed to happen in November. Unfortunately, with all the situation, it was then rescheduled to April, and we're very excited that we led and co-led it with Net Zero, as I mentioned, and then as well, they announced their fund there. The fund is Climate Tech Global Ventures, with Barak Avinam leading it, and we've worked previously with them, so we look to continue the support. And it's amazing that we see the DELIC team in the US and now the DELIC team here. So I want to bring up Sarit Zokari Ben Yochanan, managing partner of DELIC Innovation, and then a great friend for years now, and in your new role, Yael Weiss Zilberman. She is the VP of Business Development now at Net Zero. So I welcome you both up here.
Now. Hello, Sarit. Thank you, Cody. At Net Zero, we're building companies from the ground up, really involved at the very earliest stages of innovation. But as investors, when we're considering a company, then we need to have some kind of an idea of how the eventual scale-up for that company will look like. And that involves understanding what it means to do a first-of-a-kind, large-scale-up pilot. And to delve into that, it's really a privilege to have you, Sarit, the managing partner of DK Innovation at DELIC US, to try to grasp some insights from your pioneering experience now launching a first-of-a-kind pilot for carbon capture at your facilities in the US. So thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
For those that are a bit less familiar with the activities of DELIC US and DK Innovation, perhaps you can share a bit about, briefly, what exactly you do.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the opportunity to share our journey. And it's nice to see so many people in the audience. So it's energizing. DELIC US is an American energy company headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee. We operate in Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. And we produce fuels. We do logistics, and we have retail fuel stations. And with that, about 6 years ago, we decided to form DK Innovation. DK Innovation is a corporate venture team that is responsible to identify new technologies, both to enhance the core business, as well as to open new business for DELIC, mainly around the area of energy transformation. So I'm proud to be part of the foundation team and to be able to operate both in Israel and the US towards that vision.
And really, as the corporate venture arm, you've had a pivotal role helping DELIC get into delve into what it means to do work in carbon capture. So can you tell us a bit about how that process looked from the inside?
Sure. So we see great importance to new technologies, to be able as a venture team to go and identify the right areas for DELIC to dive into and to try to develop business around them. So the journey started by us looking into different areas of energy transition and identifying carbon capture as an area that we believe that have a true economic foundation. So we believe it's going to be a profitable business, a business that we can rely on. That's first. The second is the question that we asked ourselves, how or what kind of competitive advantage Delek has in it. So we wanted to make sure that there's going to be a viable business, and B, that Delek is going to have a competitive advantage in this business. And doing so, we basically started mapping all the carbon capture technology companies, both in the US, in Israel, and other areas. Eventually decided to focus on point source capture. For those of you who are less familiar with that, there are two main areas within carbon capture. There is the point source capture market, and there is the direct air capture market. We at Delek felt that point source capture would be the right opportunity for us because of our experience and the needs that we have as a polluter. And then we identified the right technology companies. We then took another step, invested in those companies, and were able, in a period of close to 2 years, spend time with management, spend time to understand better the market, the dynamics in the market, and just recently we got awarded a big contract with the DOE to deploy a large-scale carbon capture in one of our facilities. So basically this is summing up a long journey, and obviously still a lot ahead of us to be able to bring it to fruition.
So really starting the involvement with the startup at the very early stages all the way to when they're mature enough to do this first of a kind. We'll get into that more later. So what is this first of a kind, large, first commercial scale pilot for carbon capture? What are we talking about?
So specifically, the project that we are about to embark on is going to capture 145,000 million tons per year of CO2 in one of our facilities. It has the potential to even triple itself, but we wanted to make sure that we do the scale up in a moderate way. So this is going to be 10 times bigger than the previous one that was done with this technology. It's going to be placed on one of our units. It's an FCC unit. It's a very dangerous unit that have a lot of pollutants. So we wanted to make sure that we are able to safely operate that. This project also, I think, is fascinating because it involves a lot of the community within, it's in Texas, and there is a big community there. So part of it is also community benefit plan and bringing some value to the people that are involved and working in the fields to be able to tap into new areas.
So it's really a milestone for Delek US. It's really a milestone for the startup company. It's a very, very large first of a kind project. So I assume there's a lot of risk involved in doing that. And you need to kind of find a way to get lots of different entities to work together to try to de-risk what's involved in doing this. What's the role that you, I mean, from your experience, that you've been seeing playing by the government, by the financiers of the project, by the corporation, by the clients? What's every entity in this big puzzle doing to help de-risk the process?
Yeah, first of all, I must admit that we didn't realize how challenging it's going to be to make it happen. And it's still a journey, okay? Just to make sure that we are still in it. I think there is a lot of discussions about money being invested in energy transition, but when you truly come to put a project together, it's not easy to find the partners that will be willing to take a technology risk. We as a company obviously are going to take a lot of operational risk. So there is some limitation in the different amounts of risk that we can take. I really want to compliment the DOE, I think, for identifying this gap, this void, which is a huge void. And I think it's one of the biggest voids that we as an industry still don't realize how painful it's going to be. And the DOE came and said, okay, we're going to fund, in this case, it's up to $95 million to get this started and going. And this is going to be up to 70% of the project cost. So there is still 30% remains that either the polluter or other partners need to come together, and obviously there is the operational risk. So I think one of the things that we, on the technology side, tend to focus on the lab scale and figuring out the technology, but realizing that putting together a full project, being able to finance it as a first of a kind, it's a huge undertaking and requires a lot of collaboration on all fronts: the financial community, the operational community, different partners, off-takers, and etc.
For the entrepreneurs in this room, the CEOs of companies in Israel that are aiming to one day get to that stage when they can do a first of a kind, large-scale project, what can they take away from what you've learned with working with the specific company that you're partnering with, the technology company that you're partnering with, in their approach of how to navigate the risking process?
So I must say we had a really privilege to work with a very lucrative management team. And the reason I'm saying that is that I think that it was key even for us to feel confident to go through that project, is having the team really from the beginning thinking of how to engage the different stakeholders to make it happen. So they've been focusing on the regulatory aspects, working their way up in all aspects of the regulations. They've been really working hard to get different partners around the table. So I think one of the things that happening in the energy transition is that we're building companies as well as building industries. So to be able to build an industry, you have to work through the whole value chain and to be able to mature and partner all along the way in order to make something eventually a success, because the risk is huge.
And you've built a relationship with this startup when it was a young and small startup all the way to when you got comfortable enough to go with them for this big grant and take the leap forward. You're involved as well as at early stages of innovation through various platforms, including through Net Zero. You're a stakeholder at Net Zero. What can the entrepreneurs in the room get from the value of engaging a large corporation from the very early stages?
Sure. So we chose to partner with Net Zero on early stage development. I think having the right team to support the young companies, to be able to find their way, to be able to identify the stakeholders, to be able to advance both the market and the technology is key. And we identified that we have to partner. We believed in the management of Net Zero to be able to help us go through that. And I think for each and every one of you, finding the right partners, because it's not going to be alone that we're going to make a change.
Thank you, Sarit. I find it fascinating. This is a really nascent industry yet. And to see that things are moving forward and there are projects that are reaching a scale where we can even test and see, if it's feasible, is it possible, can we make this industry really mature? It's fascinating to learn from that experience. So thank you for this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Said. Thank you, Yael. I'm excited for this part because there's a bit of a Joker wild card. This is our investors panel. So startups, let's make sure that we're paying attention. You may get a couple tricks that you may change your pitches on stage after you hear this. This is actually really interesting on how diverse of a panel this is. We have a CVC, we have a generalistic fund that has an entrepreneur from a small company that you might have heard of. We have a climate VC led by a social entrepreneur, and then that person might be the treat that I'm talking about. And then also we have a governmental organization that is the multiplier. So the only person that I think can lead this, and I'll let the panelists introduce themselves, but this man needs an introduction. I want to introduce Arod Belisa. He is the Ecosystem Insight and Innovation Solution Leader at Deloitte Catalyst.
Thank you. Or do I? Not sure after this microphone debacle I'm competent to lead anything, but hi everyone, and thank you for joining us for this panel. We'll try to keep it upbeat after lunch. Today's investors panel, as Cody mentioned, has a variety of investors and stakeholders, which we'll bring to the stage in a minute. But just to set the context, as you all know, investors play a crucial role in helping innovation to be brought to market at a very, very timely point where humanity is really trying as fast and as as fast as it can to transition to a low carbon or no carbon economy. And not only are we seeing the impacts of climate change accelerate, but we also see an uptick in demand for energy. And so that makes the role of investors to be ever more important. So with that context in mind, please let's have our panelists come up on stage. Everybody, come on in. Give him a round of applause. All right. So, Ronit, Leo, Itamar, Shai, thank you all for being here today. Why don't we start with a very, very quick round of introductions? Tell us who you are, what you do, and in one sentence, what excites you the most about energy investments. Just pick one thing that excites you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Ronit Eshel. I'm a senior director at the Israel Innovation Authority, and I am heading climate technologies in the Innovation Authority. What really excites me about energy is I'm currently also doing my master's in materials engineering, and I'm working on thermoelectric materials, so that really excites me on energy.
Hi, I'm Leo Handelsman. I'm a general partner at Grow Ventures. We're an early stage seed stage fund, investing also in climate. I've been doing climate tech for the last 19 years, 15 of them in SolarEdge as one of the founders and a senior executive there, and in the last 4 years at Grove. And what excites me about climate tech, I think that it's one of the few places where, in my view, there's a huge real opportunity that can also change the world. This is why we like it.
Hi, I'm Itamar Wiseman. I'm a partner and head of climate tech at First Time Ventures. We're a climate tech fund out of Tel Aviv. What excites me most, I think it's David Attenborough who said we're the first generation to really feel the impact of the climate crisis, but the last generation to have a meaningful impact on it. The energy transition is just a part of a bigger story, and I feel that the sense of urgency, we really need to feel it, right? And I'm really excited every time that we have a Ignite the Spark event, or yesterday the Planet Tech event, to see so many really bright and hopeful people together. So thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shai Albaranes, VP of Innovation and Ventures at Orbia. For those of you who don't know Orbia, Orbia is a large industrial multinational active in agriculture, polymer production, fiber optics, energy materials, and water infrastructure. As part of my responsibility, I also run Orbia Ventures. It's a global corporate venture fund that invest primarily in climate technologies. What excites me, yesterday we approved a follow-on investment in a nuclear fusion company, a US company called Type 1 Energy. This is something that if it happens, it will be fundamental to our energy situation.
Fantastic. So let's start with a general question, and again we'll do a round. Let's talk about the state of climate and energy investments. So after the high years of 21, 22, we've seen a slump in investments in 2023, but in the first quarter of 2024, we've seen a moderate uptick, both in the general climate space and also in energy investments. And my question to the panel is, what is your take on energy investments globally in Israel? And please also refer to how you see the effects of October 7th on the Israeli landscape. So it's a lot to unpack, but let's maybe start just Shai.
Yeah, so we completed internal assessment of 2023 and looking in the last few years in energy investments and climate investments. So what I'm sharing today is not specifically on energy, it's climate more broadly. I think what we've seen in 2023 is actually back to the pre-2020, 2021 levels. So if you look at the last 10, 15 years trend, the outliers were actually 2021, and 2023 came back to let's call it the pre-bubble levels. So the good news that the hype is over. The bad news that being a founder is as difficult as it was before 2021. So in that sense, we're back to the pre-bubble levels. Good companies are raising money, but it takes longer, and people need to prepare for the longer journey. But if you look really zoom out, actually we're in a better place than what we thought in the beginning of 2023. Specifically on October 7th and in Israel, we actually don't see a huge change following October 7th, but the big change actually started before. So we do see some multinationals that have made a few decisions, but this was prior to October 7th with everything that happened in the country before. So we don't see huge change other than the fact that startup companies are struggling not only with the regular thing that they need to struggle, but also with people that are drafted and families that are being affected, but less coming from the international investor community.
The biggest climate tech investor in the world and in Israel are governments. And sometimes we feel like private investors as if we have a lot of sway and power that we can change reality, but the fact of the matter is that we need governments now more than ever. And there's a huge elephant in the room, which is called, the Israeli government. The Israeli government... The Israeli government...
Not an elephant.
Sorry, it's not an elephant? I don't know what it is. It's a safari, it's a whatever. Okay, it's a meteor, okay, a meteor. It's not coming our way, it already hit us. And I feel like we need to be very frank. In the last 30 years, since Yitzhak Rabin's government in the 90s, that laid the foundation for the venture capital scene that we have right now in Israel. Israel is about to not only go back in time, but actually wipe out the assets that we've built in the last 30 years. I had the chance to speak to a lot of colleagues from all over the world, and I don't need to burst the bubble about how Israel is being perceived right now, but because I feel that people here are aware of what's going on. But if we do not change course, these meetings will happen less and less. More and more entrepreneurs are going to take their bags and leave to other places. Already companies are registering off of Israel, meaning less taxes to build our infrastructures, to train the next engineers, developers, scientists, chemists, everyone that we need here. Israel is dependent on 10, 20,000 professionals that are going to pack their bags very soon. I'm 32-year-old, I'm a third-generation Tel Avivian, and the people around me are thinking of relocating. Now, it's not really great for Israelis and Jews outside of Israel right now, but at least they can create these companies in an environment that respects innovation. This country right now, led by this government, is destroying the hard work of everyone who's sitting in the audience right now. So if you want to talk about how we change and improve and upgrade and move together for the next decade to build powerful climate tech companies, to create fantastic green jobs, to create great returns that are helping to save the planet, we need to first change the government. If we don't do that, we have no chance of doing anything else, because foreign investors are leaving and going to leave in droves. Companies are going to register outside of Israel. Entrepreneurs are not going to set up new companies here. And we're just going to see less and less talent coming here and joining us. And it's important to say this is not a excuse me, if you should get, listen, you should, guys, I'm really glad that you're all very opinionated. Next time I suggest to get a seat at the panel. I'm using my words and times to express my opinions. If you don't like it, the door is there. But what I'm doing with my panel is to say something very clear as a climate tech investor. I have a bigger microphone. One last minute and I'm finishing up. Thank you. You can, by the way, listen to opinions you don't agree with. Ears are available also for opinions you don't agree with. It's very clear. If we do not change this government, we are going to lose everything we built in this climate tech ecosystem. Ignite the Spark is doing an amazing job. The entire ecosystem here is doing an amazing job. We do not have a problem with entrepreneurs and with volunteers and with investors. We have a problem with this government, and it's going to wipe out everything we've built. So I know you have an assessment of 2023 and 2024. Things are looking good. I feel different. And I feel that if we don't take charge, then we're going to risk everything we've built in this amazing startup nation. And it is amazing, and it could still be amazing, and we can head to beautiful, incredible places that are going to outshine everything we've built so far. Because the talent is here, the people are here, the Israelis are amazing people, and they deserve a better government. Thank you.
Go ahead. I was going to say, Ronit, do you want to respond? Or do you want to...
I don't think there's a response. I think that we need to understand we're here, and I think that we're all doing everything that we can to make sure that the tech sector continues to thrive. Israel Innovation Authority, no matter what. And you know what? It's showing. It's showing because for the first time, there's been a record export from the Israeli tech sector of over 50% of Israeli export comes from the tech sector, and this is the first time that we've hit it. There's another great figure that we all need to realize and understand, is that the number of startups in Israel is growing, in climate specifically, is growing. And the Israel Innovation Authority, facing the circumstances that we've seen, has launched a fast track very quickly to bridge the gap of the circumstances and facing what we all realized. But the fast track has been able to help startups bridge more than 400 million shekels from the Israel Innovation Authority were put into startups to make sure that they bridge that gap of investors, to make sure that they continue their business in a great fashion. They all had to bring in matching, so that was 1.2 billion shekels put into startups in 4 months. So I think Israel Innovation Authority really brings in, whatever is needed to make sure that the tech sector wins. And you're all here. We're all here to make sure that that happens. And we're taking every action that we can, all of us, to make sure that that happens. So I think applause to you, all of you. So really, this is great. I think that the fact that we're meeting here comes to bring in a good testament, further than anything else, that Israeli tech delivers no matter what.
So I'll just say briefly that there are three almost separate trends here. One, there's the burst of the bubble, the end of the tech hype cycle, which is definitely pushing investments down. We are still still in the climate tech hype cycle. There was a climate tech hype cycle. A lot of investors wanted to have climate tech investments in their portfolios, not necessarily climate investors. A lot of money went into climate VCs in Israel and globally. That hype cycle is starting to diminish, but we're still in that hype cycle to some extent. And on top of that, there is October 7th and what was before October 7th and the overall situation that we have here. I don't think that early stage companies are seeing these effects. There's still a lot of money in the Israeli ecosystem for investments in early stage startups. Later stage startups are suffering, and they're going to suffer more. So I also talk with a lot of international investors. Not all of them are out of Israel. You see large international investors that are now opening offices in Israel. You see still M&As by multinationals in Israel. But the overall trend is to shy away from Israel at later stages. And it's going to be very hard for late-stage companies in the coming, I want to say 2 quarters, but I think it's going to be more. Obviously, a lot of things can change here that will change that. But for now, the way we look now, it's going to make life very hard for late-stage companies. And this is why we see companies that are flipping and becoming non-Israeli to help them with the raise of funding from foreign investors for later stage mainly.
That's very interesting because I think the popular conception is that the early stage, I'm talking about the general ecosystem, and that is that early stage has a bit of more of a problem than later stage. That's a very interesting insight.
So there's a lot of money in Israel for early stage, a lot of money. VCs are sitting on a lot of dry powder, right? So there's a lot of money that was raised during the tech bubble. It is hard to get your first investment in climate and energy because it's a long journey, because of the long value of debt and so on. To that difficulty, the bad news is that once you get your early stage investment, now it's going to also be hard after you cross the value of debt because of the way Israel is looking now and some shyness of foreign investor, significant shyness of foreign investors of putting their money here now.
Okay. Well, we'll, I think, go to Shai now. And Shai, you are a corporate venture capital, which is a little bit different than a regular VC. So, and you invest across all the spectrum of early stage and later stage as well. Can you maybe kind of shed some light on how you invest, what kind of decisions and considerations you're kind of weighing as you invest as a corporate venture VC?
Yeah. Maybe first some data. If we look at, and I'm talking global, not Israel, global climate investments in the last 4 years, so 2020 until 2023, corporate VCs participated in 1 of 5 deals globally, and within energy, we're talking over 30%. So more than 30%, 31% of all deals globally had at least 1 CVC participating, and there are many reasons why, but maybe it's not for today. If you are about to pitch or meet with a CVC, I think it's very important to understand what type of a CVC is it, because there are very, very different flavors to a CVC. I'll take 2 extreme examples. There is on the one end, there's the Intel Capital type of a model where they do complete independent decision. They don't need any corporate support. They do their own decisions. And on the other hand, there are the corporate VCs that make investment only if there is a real commercial opportunity to the business, only if there is a buy-in, only if there is some, president approval and all kind of other commercial ties. Okay, we as a CVC are somewhere in the middle, but more towards the independent. Okay, so we are financial in the sense that we will never make an investment that we would not have done if we were a pure VC, so it has to be a good investment. but we're also strategic in the sense that we can bring much more than money to the deal. So we have a global footprint, we know how to scale technologies, there are certain experience that we have in-house in energy materials and polymer and hydrogen. So we bring that to the diligence process, but also to the post-investment support that we provide to our portfolio companies.
Thank you. Ronit, let's talk about your work. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about your team specifically and what do you do and how you support energy-related innovation?
Yes, so in the Israel Innovation Authority, we've got the different divisions working on tracks that are helping or investing in companies throughout the life cycle, from the initial inception of ideas, incubating startups, working on the specific company's growth, and up until R&D to production tracks that we have. So it's very diverse throughout the whole life cycle of the Innovation Authority. But we mainly do three things. Outside of investment, pure investments, which we have across the board, we do two other things. One is to make sure that we understand and that we engage the ecosystems in the next wave of technologies to see that we can, flourish whatever springs there are in the ecosystem to bring in the next deep tech, high risk technologies to Israel and help them flourish in this ecosystem. And the third thing we do is we also work with the ecosystem specifically to work on opportunities and barriers and how do we remove them. So I just had a round table 2 weeks ago with a team of experts from the energy sector specifically, and we talked a lot about the opportunities and the barriers that need to be removed in this sector. So hopefully within a couple of months we're going to roll out a program specifically for the energy sector that works on those opportunities and make sure that we have the clear path to help companies thrive in this sector.
Thank you, Ronit. Lior, let's come back to you. Grove is known to be an investor in advanced tech-heavy startups. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about how you view energy investments and how do you differ that from, how do you see this as different as opposed to the kind of, let's say, the regular enterprise market?
Sure. So energy startups are different in, I would say, 3 or 4 aspects. One, it's very hard to succeed as an energy startup without a clear technological moat. You can find a lot of places and scenarios where you need to have tech, but you can still win the market based on execution or a business model. In energy startups, that's harder. So we always try to look for a clear technological moat. Second, for energy startups and climate startups also, is that you have to have a funding plan for your whole route. Let's take the opposite of energy. Let's take a SaaS application startup. You can move from round to round. You're going to get money from venture capital, and once you have clear metrics in your business, you can move from round to round. It's much harder to do that as an energy startup. So I always ask founders when I meet them, what's your funding plan? And in your funding plan, you need to take into account all the various tools that a lot of startups don't need to think about. CVCs are critical for energy startup. There is a stage where you're in the valley of debt, and CVCs, especially non-financial ones, are very critical. At that point, grants and the ability to do some type of collaboration either with corporates. So you have to have a funding plan for your whole route, and that's the second difference. The third, which is very important for me, very hard to succeed as an energy startup without knowing exactly how many millions of dollars you need until you have an MVP. Usually, it's a big number, but if it's too big, then it's very hard to invest in that company at an early stage. Because in 2021 confused a lot of companies, right? So in 2021, you could point to these companies that got a round of 20, 30, 40 million dollars to get them across the valley of debt without a clear business proof point. I think this period is gone, at least for now. And this means that when you raise your first fundraising, you need to know how many $1 million do you need in order to start some kind of sales, and how are you going to get them.
So the best advice for startups is to get a time machine to 2021. So thank you, Lior. Itamar, what do you see, are you looking for in energy tech and in climate tech investments?
I think right now, storage. We're seeing a lot of fantastic companies. Again, coming back to my earlier point about the role of government, we're seeing how the Biden administration, with its IRA is really shifting investments in energy. And we're seeing, you know, one of the companies that we're now about to invest in is very reliant on grants based out of the US administration, out of the Department of Energy. And we're seeing how that impacts our energy investment and strategy. So, you know, Leo said how difficult it is for early stage energy startups. We're seeing the important role of the Israeli Innovation Authority in early stage investment, in taking the risk and helping with non-dilutive finance to really support, build the IP, build the technology, and from there raise a very significant ticket to reach a first of a kind, even if it's hard, you know, budgeting the amount that's needed to get there. But the risk that is needed to take at the beginning is on the government. And that's why we're seeing, you know, our role in storage. We're seeing a lot of companies that are now able to raise capital or finance from the US administration and from the European Union. And then basically we can deploy funds at a Series A. And from there, obviously, we're seeing different types of credit products are available for these companies to launch large-scale operations. But I think storage is something we're really interested in. We've invested in the past in a company in maintenance, and I can say it's much more difficult than we thought. We're seeing that the market adaptation takes a long time. Big energy corporations, this is probably saying the obvious, take a long time for procurement. Working with these corporations is really, really challenging. I think the Israeli climate tech scene is much more used to ag tech because there's a long legacy and a know-how how to work with farmers all over the world, and we've seen a lot of successes there. And in the energy market, it's just incredibly challenging. And also the regulatory market is changing so much, and it looks different from every in every territory. So again, going back to governments, I think in energy tech, we really need strong governments to deploy massive capital so that venture capital could come in and help push these companies forward. And for us, it's storage. We're seeing obviously a lot of interesting companies that are in sectors like fusion. You know, we talked about fusion. These are technologies that are always 20 years away, right? For like 50 years, it's 20 years away. I wish that venture capital could invest in these companies. I don't see how it makes sense on equity side and bringing back returns to investors. I feel again that in this space, in the moonshot sort of technology space for energy, we need governments to take the risk, because most of the technologies that are available today are available because governments took massive risks. The iPhone is built on 300 different inventions that were developed in DARPA and in the US in the space program. You should read Professor Mariana Mazzucato's book, Mission Economy, how 600-700 inventions that are used today in climate tech, energy tech, infrastructure tech was basically built because of investments of trillions of dollars in the space program in the US. So the entire Silicon Valley is based on American government deploying massive finance. So I feel the same thing is needed for energy, and I hope that the Israeli Innovation Authority is doing a great job under probably the worst circumstances ever. And really kudos for that, and you're doing beautiful work, and it's really important to say, in spite of what I was saying about government, government is not a big monolith, but again, in energy tech, we need governments, and we need to pick and choose the sectors that we invest in according to the role that governments take in terms of de-risking the technology.
Wonderful. That actually, and also with the interest of time, we'll shift gear a little bit to talk a little bit about the trend landscape in the future. So you'll forgive me if I'll do a little bit of a mishmash of some of the questions. So we're starting the second half of 2024, and my question to the panel is, what are you seeing? What do you expect is going to happen in 2020, second half 2024 and 2025, and if you can refer to in your answers to maybe 1, 2, or 3 types of technologies you are looking to support in the future. Shai, let's start with you. Haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah, so again, some global data. The energy sector out of the entire climate sector was the second largest after transportation. So it is relevant, it is big, and it will continue to be big, again, globally. Within the energy sector, we see nuclear, we see renewable development, we see storage and hydrogen being the big sectors. One thing that surprised me that I saw that in 2023, a sector within energy called renewable natural gas is picking momentum, starting from a small base, but picking momentum in terms of growth. I think for the energy sector, again, globally, I'm not talking about the difficulties in Israel, we'll see 2024 and at least the beginning of 2025 look very similar to what we've seen so far. Good companies can fundraise, it takes longer, it's more complicated. We'll talk later if we have time about the complexity of building energy startups in Israel, which has a lot of complexities. In terms of the thing that we are excited about, so we've been looking recently at sustainable fuels. We're looking at turquoise hydrogen, which is a different type of producing hydrogen from methane. And we're looking at all kind of energy materials, so lithium, cobalt, manganese, and the technologies to produce energy storage technologies.
So I'm going to say that shifting to real tech, let's talk a little bit about tech and not about funding, even though I'm an investor, I like to talk about tech. So a lot of the things that, and the trends that we see now, especially in energy, take a long time, but the places where there's high urgency in solving problems, and I personally think that we're going to see a lot of investments in 2025, 2026 maybe. One, the global grid is broken. Let's look at the US, the combination of climate and the strain on the grid, the distributed grid. There's a lot of, I can talk for hours on this, are creating, we have a broken grid, an unreliable grid. There are 137 days with blackouts in major areas in California every year, right? It's not third world, it's California. And this is what is affecting a lot of tech around the grid and at the edge of the grid. So tech around the grid management, virtual power plants, all of that, and at the edge of the grid, mainly storage and energy efficiency. So there's a lot of need in energy storage, energy efficiency, and grid balancing technologies, and of course renewable energy and renewable energy management. That's one thing. The second thing is that gas and oil and coal even are not going to go away for at least 50 to 80 years. There is a huge opportunity in improving and greening to some extent the oil and gas and coal industry. Because they're very, very inefficient for a lot of reasons. And there is a lot of good companies and good technology to be made around these industries in making them less impactful on what's happening to our planet.
Can you give an example maybe?
oil drilling, gas drilling is terrible and it can be improved. Cogeneration, look at a gas turbine. 60% of the energy come out the backside as heat. Let's find what we can do with that heat. And there are many more examples, because for the coming 50, 60, 70, maybe even 80 years, we're not going to get rid of gas and oil as the backbone of our grid. Not oil, but gas and coal mainly. And we can make them much less impactful. And this is also a very, very interesting subject. And heat in general. Heat in general, a lot of waste heat, a lot of heat that we can recover. It's heat and it's air conditioning. More and more air conditioning. Europe is going to get air conditioned in the coming 20 years, much, much more than it is now. It affects our cars, it affects our home. There's huge amounts of innovation to be done there. This is the technologies of now. I can talk about the technologies later and eventually get to fusion and to even some other things, but let's talk about that later. And data centers. Data centers heat also, sorry.
Yes. Who wants to talk about the technologies of the future?
I can talk about that.
Go for it.
Okay, so I think we're at a pivotal time where climate used to be something that was regarded as the environmentalists, and now everyone, all of us, we understand that it's a challenge that we all need to face, and we all need to bring in new technologies and change a lot of the things that we know of today, and make it something that's, breaking all the paradigms of how we know things today, but still continue to have, the convenience and the modern life that we have today. But things need to be different. So looking into the future, I think that what we're looking for research that is multidisciplinary, that reacts between the different disciplines of biology and engineering, biomaterials. The whole point of storage and the way that we use batteries today. Maybe all those materials need to change, completely change, and maybe the use of solar panels using silicon today, not maybe, we know that there's great academic research already in place to bring a lot higher efficiency conversions. All of these need to change, so materials is definitely something that we're looking for in the future. I think that the multidisciplinarity of biological processes in biomanufacturing, in bioproducts, in biomaterials is going to be huge, and definitely a strength for Israel as well, because we have a lot of people coming out of biology from the universities that we can work together with engineers in other sectors to make something that's more impactful. And I agree completely. 70% of heat is wasted today. 70% of heat is wasted. Definitely there's going to be technologies coming into the future that will be able to reuse that heat as energy and work on that.
Itamar?
I couldn't agree more. There's also a lot of combination technologies trying to take heat conversion into storage. Again, talking about the role of governments and the broken grid in the U.S., Israel, we're very accustomed to the Israeli grid, which is actually very different than most grids all over the world. But again, I think we're going to see a lot of stress from citizens all over the world in the next 5-10 years because of energy demand, and we're going to see a lot of capital being deployed uncarefully, and probably not in the most optimal way in terms of solving the grid crisis. Now, our next investment, we hope that we're going to announce it very soon. It's actually a really interesting move that we've been working on for the past few months, working on heat conversion into storage. But I think the brilliant minds here have already name-dropped everything.
Fantastic.
Let me just say one more thing. You mentioned, and I think it's really critical, in the Israel Innovation Authority, we just launched the startup fund, which completely changes our business model. Instead of working on projects or investing in projects, we have completely changed the model that we work on. We work on early stage. We right now have companies coming out to us for investments, and we come in to investment rounds as non-dilutive investor. And as you know, at the very beginning, where there's high risk, we're going to be higher in percentage in the round itself, and then we try to bridge the way to the private sector to kick in. So we're doing ideation, pre-seed, seed A, all of that. We're coming in as non-dilutive investors. After A, we expect the private sector to kick in. So I think that model definitely sits well, I think, with what we're expecting governments to do. Do it while there's high risk at the early stage, and make sure that those technologies are deep tech and bringing in the future hope.
We're at time, but Itamar, you had a...
Yeah, just one thing. Lior mentioned the role of fossil fuels still in our economy for the next 50, 70, 80 years. I think we should be very careful of that. We have a very clear carbon budget that we can deploy, and that's why I think we'll see return to nuclear energy in a lot of countries, trying to reach massive energy generation without creating emissions. And I think the nuclear scare that was spread by the last 50 years of environmentalist activists all over the world is maybe going to minimize. So we're going to see, I think, a new generation of nuclear power coming back to help maybe avoid the reliance on fossil fuel.
Thank you very much. This is all the time we had. We did want to do kind of tips for entrepreneurs, but I'm getting really angry signals.
So no tips.
What?
No tips. Okay.
No tips. But if you do want tips, you've got 4 wonderful panelists who can provide it after the fact, and I accept tips. So yes, I promised no bad jokes, but couldn't resist myself. So. That's all the time we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rod, Itamar, Ronit, Shai, and Lior, thank you so much. So I think the idea of tips, unfortunately the investors ran out of time, so they can't be the ones to give you the tips. So I think the best is for the startups, the companies that are doing it, to give you the tips, right? We see the growth at the end of the day, and so we want to show you the growth, and so you know what the sector is doing. And so before we bring up our panel, one of our co-winners last year of the top 11 was Boson Energy. Boson Energy is doing big things, based out of Israel, but also in Sweden. They're moving around the world. They have some exciting news that I hope that they can share soon. You have Liron in the back, their CTO, who took the stage last year. I'm sure he's happy to field any questions. Unfortunately, Jan Grimbrandt, who's the co-founder CEO, he had a personal reason, so he couldn't be here with us today. Wishing him the best, and hopefully we get to see him on the stage next year. But it's time for the hyperscaling, right? We want to hear from these startups and the practical advice and how they did it, right? We have 2 companies that are doing it. These are tough times, as was discussed by the investor panel, but we're still seeing that growth. And I'm personally interested, again, this practical experience. You don't really get to have one of these panels that you hear directly from the startups. And so I want to invite the panelists to come up. So the panelists will come up and introduce themselves. And then it's going to be led by Climate First Accelerator, and they're hyper scaling at the same time, road shows and cohorts, and that's going to be by Ariel Evin, and she's the program manager. So I want to invite up the panelists and Ariel, and I'll let all of you take it from here. On the chairs.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And thank you all for joining us here today. Thank you to Ignite the Spark for organizing this very important forum. I'm Ariel Evan, and I lead the Scale Up program at Climate First, and I'm joined by two very talented founders here with me, Ido Gonen from Exodigo and Moshiel Biton from Adionics. We're here today to discuss hyper-scaling energy tech companies and speak to the founders that raised growth rounds in 2024 and survived to tell us about it. Of course, it's a challenging year, and so we're very excited to hear from your insights. I'll start by saying congrats to both of you for reaching this impressive milestone. And let's start with some brief introductions. Tell us a little bit about yourself and about the companies that you lead. Moshiel, you can go ahead.
Hey everyone, thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for having me. Moshiel, CEO of Adionics, a startup in the battery EV space. We're developing smart 3D current collectors. It's a component that overlook in the battery domain, and we are reinventing the architecture of this component. We are reducing the cost and improving the performance of batteries, almost working with all the biggest automotive OEM in the world and also battery manufacturers. And yes, we recently closed our B round, and still I would say in the deferred closing of the round, in total we raised more than $80 million. And yeah, looking forward to the vibrant panel discussion.
Thanks. I'm Ido Gonen. I'm the CTO and one of the co-founders of Exodigo. Exodigo is a company that deals with underground mapping, non-intrusive one, meaning we aim to provide accurate maps of the underground, specifically right now utilities, underground utilities, to our clients in a non-intrusive manner, meaning we don't penetrate the ground. And about the company, we have just raised 3 months ago our A round of more than $100 million, bringing the total funding of the company to $118 million. And we are more than 200 employees globally. Mostly in Israel, in the US, Europe, UK. That's all.
Amazing, super impressive. So I want to dive right into the subject and the topic of raising growth rounds in 2024. So both of you raised significant amounts of capital during this year that's marked by tough macroeconomic environment, and of course internally we're experiencing some significant challenges. In addition to that, companies like yourselves are experiencing a funding gap due to the significant amounts of capital needed to raise at an early stage where there's still engineering and some scientific risks, which leaves you in a challenging position falling between the cracks of venture capital funding and private equity funding. So Ido, I'd like to actually start with you and hear a little bit about what were the main drivers and the milestones that you reached with Exodigo that enabled this fundraising successfully.
Talking about the A round, right?
Yeah.
So I think that basically sales, right? Like you have to find a problem that is a real pain in the world, and believe me, the undergrounding problem is a real pain in the world, especially in construction, engineering, utilities, transportation. When you want to deliver capital projects, sometimes, very often, you get into delays that are associated with underground risks and underground uncertainty. And when the clients understand better than us the pains that are associated with underground risks, it's very easy to sell. So basically, we sell to B2G and B2B2G. We do pilot, we show them, we do blind tests all the time for our clients. And when they see that we can deliver, they, of course, continue with more procurement. And I think that that's what led to our A round. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you know, solving a very real and big pain, and obviously showcasing the ability to execute.
I think that you asked about the funding and bridging the gap of intensive R&D and how do we fund the company, or how do we raise the fund from the VC world compared to the private equity one. So I guess that our seed round was also quite unique for first timers in Israel. It was more than $10 million at the time. And I guess that you have to have some kind of an unfair advantage in order to deliver, and for the VCs to understand that you can deliver in a specific industry that you operate in. And for the A round, which was massive compared to our industry, it's just that we are a deep tech company and we are a fully integrated company in the sense that we have our own R&D investments, which are massive. Dozens of engineering within our company are dealing with underground imaging. And we also deliver the services currently that provide the actual scanning of the surveyed areas and bringing the data back home. So we have to have this kind of funding in order to deliver. And this year we are about delivering, and I guess that this is how we bridge this gap. So.
Amazing, thank you. Moshiel, I'd like to ask you the same question. Can you relate to the things that Ido said, and what do you think were really the main milestones that enabled your successful fundraising recently?
So first, it's never easy to fundraise. So never easy, not during this year, and not was easy before. Of course, this year is more challenging with lots of uncertainty that is happening in Israel, but also around the world in the market domain. I think the most important stuff is to always communicate with the market, if it's the investors or the customers. In our latest round, like a CVC, one of our clients co-lead the round with a financial investor, and to ask them and always to get the answer from them, what they would like to see, what are the milestones they would like to see, and then to work backwards from those milestones. And what we did, and we did it from the beginning, we talked with the customers, with the market, from day one, literally from day one, speaking with the market, understanding what they want to see, and what are the milestones or what are the achievements that they will going to see in order to invest. And we took those milestones and actually turned them down into a roadmap to the company. So that's the way for us to first engage with the clients and also to get their, I would say, commitment to work with us and also to invest. In our, I would say, situation, it was mandatory. It was very difficult to fund the company without strategic companies that understand the value. It's not only financial return, but also strategic return. And the combination with clients that can reduce the risk for investors, that combination was the, let's say, the path for completing the round.
Amazing. I'd like to move on and discuss the capital stack. So many climate tech and energy tech companies have a diverse capital stack to support the intensive capital needed for building the company successfully. This may include of course, equity and VC funding, but also project finance, debt, non-dilutive grants, and more. So I'd like to ask you, Moshiel, how you plan the capital stack for Adionics in order to support the needs of the company.
So yeah, we are a unique company, especially in Israel, where we do manufacturing. It's not like, I would say, a standard. Most of the companies in Israel are mostly doing SaaS, cyber, etc. And we needed to deal with manufacturing, CapEx, supply chain issues that it's not very typical in Israel. And for us, it was important to first plan ahead the manufacturing plan according, again, to customer request. And we always took some risk. So we built capacity that we didn't have the customers before having the capacity. But building that and meaning for that, we've managed to lock some of like strategic clients to buy this capacity. In our domain, it's like the chicken and egg. It's very difficult to get offtake agreements before showing the manufacturing capability. So you need to find those bridges and different type of finance opportunities. There are many grants, especially today with all the Inflation Reduction Act. Probably you heard the Department of Energy that discuss about manufacturing in the US, all the decoupling from China. It's creating opportunities. And I believe for us as entrepreneurs, founders in the domain, we need to first to map all the opportunities and to be able to capture those ones that will be suitable for us. So we expand our team in the US. We have a very strong team and management in the US. I'm there quite often to find the right sites, the right partners, the right grants in order to scale up and to meet the demand that we are facing right now. So that's one option. Another option, which of course always is to get, dilutive money. And sometimes dilutive money is the most, I would say, cheap money. Even like everyone think like it's expensive. I can tell you that sometimes those grants are lots of bureaucracy, things that actually can slow down startups. So don't, especially if you want to build something big, so dilution, it's not something that you should only take care of. You need to find the balance, and it's okay, especially if you're aiming big. It's a marathon, and it's fine to get this dilutive money, especially if you are in a, I would say, deep tech, hardware, manufacturing world.
Definitely, definitely. I will say that I think because of the unique nature of climate tech and energy tech companies, you do have other opportunities to enable your growth apart from dilutive funding, of course, and you're leveraging it very nicely. I'd like to talk a bit about investor profiles. So investors' profiles significantly influence the financing round and the post-round dynamics. They vary in geography. For example, in the US, investors, compared to Israeli investors, are looking for bigger risk, higher valuations, and are expecting higher multiples. Of course, venture capital also varies in terms of if it's a classic VC, corporate VCs. So I'd like to ask you some of your insights from the recent round and some of the differences between the different investor profiles and why you decided to proceed with the investors that you proceeded with.
Okay, so I think that we approached this growth round quite early, after 2 years after the inception of the company. And considering that, we obviously we just closed, or it wasn't even the closing of the first year of our sale. We launched the product around early 2023, and this was the first year that we ever sold anything. I think so, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously for the Americans who are more focused on growth rounds, they are highly focused on multiples, and they want to see the multiples work out, while the Israelis, they take more risks. As far as my feeling, they take more risk. They understand your vision and where your company is heading, and they are willing to accelerate the growth round, in that sense that they are not waiting for the inflection point that is oriented by multiples or originated from the multiples. I think that was a successful decision for them, because this year we are about to break our expectations with sales. But this is the nature of the business, and if you want to go to the US and you want to raise over there, you have to be ready with respect to the earnings and growth ratios.
So many people on the stage discussed the impact of the war and the challenges that we're experiencing in Israel. About 15 to 20% of tech workers were drafted for reserves within the first month of the war. So I'd like to hear from both of you, starting with Moshiel, how this impacted the company, and how did you kind of work with these challenges and continue to proceed and grow?
First, I think everyone's still in trauma from October 7. It's not something that we've managed to overcome or relieve as a society. We're, of course, resilient, and everyone is saying that no matter what and delivering, but still we're trying to recover from that event. wasn't easy. I cannot tell you that it was easy to deal with many workers that serving in the reserve army, but we found that for us, our role in this situation is to support the workers that are coming to work every day and the ones are at the reserve and their families. And in very, I would say, weird or unusual, what we found that everyone that was staying at work was actually much more effective. And at the beginning, everyone actually worked very hard in order to make sure that his colleagues or their colleagues that are in the army, they will have a place to come back and to work for. And that was the message, like if you are not now fighting, no matter where, you are fighting here. It's also a war, maybe without weapons, without like any tanks, but we are in a war and we need to survive, and that was the mode. And we've managed to go through that with people making much more, 300%, and working hard in order to deliver. And later on, especially as I mentioned, it's not only the reserve, we are in the manufacturing space. We have supply chain coming from Asia with all the hoods that, delays, more expensive shipments. We actually felt that from day one. We are building facility, so all the build of the facility is like 30%, 40% more expensive. There are no workers. So yes, we've been able to overcome that. We're also lucky, but it was challenging. It's still challenging. I think the message is in that situation, when you deliver, when you have technology that clients want, they want to do business. And at the end of the day, if you have good technology, they will continue to do business. Always they will consider the risk of being here, which we cannot ignore that. But we should always try to show that the risk is minimal.
Yeah, I think the resilience coming from Israeli tech companies is really, truly amazing. And it's across the board we're seeing this. Ido, can you share a bit about how this impacted Exodigo in the past months?
Sure. So I think that on October, around, you said 15 to 20%. I think that around 70% of our company was called for reserve duty, including the two co-founders, myself and Jeremy, who's the CEO of the company. I served in 8200, so I spent around a month, and Jeremy in a combat unit for around 2 to 3 months. And I think that what happened in the company is that the people who remained and stayed at work that weren't called for duty, we have consolidated and focused on our core and main product, and we tried to deliver the features needed in this core product. We kind of put on hold and freeze all the other efforts that we had at the time. And actually, after October 7th, we had our inflection point in sales, meaning after the trauma that we all suffered, we actually had the sales needed to trigger the round that was triggered around December. So I think I couldn't agree more with Mushiel here about the people who remained at work, kept this machine working, and actually, they saved the work for the other 200 employees that were called for duty. So I guess that means a lot.
Thank you for sharing. I'd like to ask both of you of one key learning that you'd like to share from the latest funding round, and maybe some advice you can give to the entrepreneurs that are sitting here in the room.
Yeah, so one advice, it's difficult. There are many learnings and things that we can share. Always, it's important to, of course, believe and to keep ongoing and resilient, as mentioned, and not to quit or to give up. And at the end of the day, you need to remember, and everyone needs to remember that in the investment, it's like, dating. You want to marry, hopefully, with one lady. And also with investors, when you are raising round, you need the first lead to say yes. So no matter how many no's you're going to get, like keep going. We receive so many no's, it's insane. I can write a book about how many people kicked me out to the room, told me that I'm crazy and what I'm talking about, and I'm not it was a nightmare. But as you know, as mentioned before about the war, about dealing with this situation, we need to build this, I would say, ability to keep going. Always I'm saying that, like, I can be on stage in the camera or to a bima because I always need to act. No matter what happened, I need to sell all the time, to sell to investors, to clients, to employees, to new investors. So this is another, I would say, tip. Try always to be as the, I would say, to deliver the image that you want the other side to see. Doesn't matter if it's not new or you have a bad day. Doesn't matter. You need to keep going and tell the story and believe in the story all the time. And that's what actually, at the end, will give you the success.
Thanks, Ida. Go ahead.
So my 2 cents for the tips is I always say that we found a real problem and a real pain in the world, and the climate effects and the clean energy and all the other stuff are secondary to the fact that we have found a real pain in the world, that when you solve it, you do good. So that's my tip. If you want to focus on and when you start a startup, choose a thing that is a real pain and it has economical value for the client besides the other values that might come along. And the second thing is that Michelle just said, sell to everyone, sell to clients, sell to investors, sell to employees. So I'm double clicking on that. Sell to employees. Like we are investing so much, the co-founders and then the executive management, in hiring and recruiting the top-notch engineers and top-notch leaders in our company. And I think that we are very lucky to have a lot of people that thinks like owners. And that is one of the best things that we took to our decks approaching to the round. That it's not about 2 co-founders or the founding team. It's a lot bigger than that. We are building a company where people think like owners. They care about this company and they care about succeeding. So this is the mentality that we want to create in our company, and I think that this is a great tip. Choose a winning team and always do hiring and always be highly involved in recruiting.
Amazing. I want to just react to your first point, that at Climate First, we always say that we don't invest in science projects, right? It has to be, apart from the impact, there has to be an attractive business case and a valid business case in order to enable a business to grow and then be able to make a significant impact in the world, as both of you are doing. So a last sentence, because I'm getting the signals, but in hindsight, would you do this all over again and build an energy tech company in one sentence?
To be honest?
Only honesty.
So.
It's not a Bima here, it's a Herzog.
Yeah. So definitely, as mentioned before, it's challenging journey, tough, roller coaster, all the things that you already know. But definitely I don't know what to do else. It's like my life mission. And definitely I will see myself doing that in order to deliver at the end. And the resilience that I mentioned before, it's also part of the story. To never quit, do it. Of course, you need to find the balance, and you are not blind. And if you have signals that are not going to give you any clarity for growth, so you need to quit. But at the end of the day, yes, the answer is yes.
Ido?
Yeah, so it's highly, the answer is a complex one, because I'm from the cyber industry in the army, and when I look right and left and I see all my colleagues at the army doing a turnaround of 12 and 24 months from inception to M&A, it's highly challenging, but if you have the conviction that you are doing something that is really big and really impactful in the world, and the pain that you are tackling is an immense one, so I would do it again. But you have to have a real conviction of the problem that you are tackling.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll leave the audience with some optimism towards the rest of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope those were the tips that you wanted to hear. And Wadido had talked about the recruiting. Ignite the Spark is always looking to recruit new partners for the ecosystem that believe in our ecosystem, that have the hope. So I'm very honored that on this stage, I get to announce that E.ON has been that we can officially announce that E.ON is a strategic partner of Ignite the Spark. Our team is extremely proud of this as we look to bring in, yes, the domestic, but also international partners. And so we're very excited for this collaboration and everything that will come out of it. So we couldn't have Thomas here in person. Thomas Beer is the Chief of Innovation for E.ON, and we wish he could be here, but he has a few words that he's going to be able to share with us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thomas Beer. I'm Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer of E.ON. And it's a great pleasure for me today to speak to you at the Israeli Energy Tech All-Star event 2024. E.ON is one of Europe's largest operators of distribution grids, and we are the largest customer company in Europe. We serve more than 50 million customers all over Europe in 16 countries. And for us, infrastructure is the backbone for the energy transition. There are a lot of challenges along that way. The demand of electricity is constantly growing, and renewables need to be connected to the grid, connected to the infrastructure. All the energy transformation is happening in the distribution grids, and complexity is ever increasing. Now, the topic of my short talk today is the European energy transition. What an amazing journey. What I want to bring across today is the following. The transformation is an ambitious journey, but it's really worth the effort. Secondly, it's a huge challenge for society, for politicians, and for industry. And thirdly, with all the benefits, there are multiple pitfalls where we have to take care that the whole journey doesn't derail. With a closer look to the European energy transition, we need to face reality today. By 2030, Europe's goal is to have reduced the CO2 emissions by 55%, quite ambitious. The cornerstones of this plan are set by the Fit for 55 program of the European Union, comprising the rules of play for renewables and infrastructure build-out. Heavy investments are needed to build the infrastructure. According to one of the latest Euroelectric studies, more than 67 billion euros of investments annually between 2025 and 2050 are needed to deliver a distribution grid that will enable the energy transition. That means we are speaking about a total amount of investment of roughly 700 billion in the next 10 years. Part of the problem is these investments are front-loaded, meaning that the majority of investments are made at the beginning of the project timeline to quickly build the necessary infrastructure and to realize the long-term benefits, which indeed only materialize in the later years. And that journey requires politicians, companies, and investors to think way forward. We as E.ON, for example, we are committed to increase our capex from 27 to more than 40 billion euros in the next 5 years. And it's worth the journey again. Last year, we connected the millionth connection point to our grid. When I talk about connection points, I'm talking about rooftop solar, utility scale solar, wind farms all over Europe. That all looks pretty good. What we have to bear in mind, this amount is really skyrocketing and going through the roof. We expect that by 2030 we will have connected 6 million renewable assets to our grids. And we are highly committed to deliver this story and to deliver this journey, because the journey is worth it. There are two striking economical benefits to the whole European energy transition. First of all is the efficiency improvement. Investments in modern infrastructure and technology can reduce energy costs simply by reducing the waste of energy. If you import fossil fuels, you always have an efficiency loss of up to 40% when we talk about fossil power generation, or even more than 85% if you think about car engines or public or private transport. Renewable energy, which is generated domestically, is almost one-to-one energy efficiency. And the second advantage is even more striking. Shifts from import into a domestic economy. We are shifting wealth generation from simply importing fuels like oil, like coal, like gas from abroad into a renewable system which is happening in Europe. Expanding domestic energy production and distribution can reduce dependency on energy imports on the one hand, but it also strengthens the domestic economy and creates local jobs, leading to a more stable and robust economy on the long run. So that these are the two striking advantages. First of all, efficiency gain, and secondly, transfer from an import economy into a domestic economy. It also means we are shifting from an OPEX-based energy system into a CAPEX-based energy system. Through the initial high investments in capital expenditure in CAPEX, long-term benefits are created that reduce operational expenditures and enable a more sustainable, efficient economy. But that's really a tough journey now to bring across to our citizens and to our voters in Europe. It simply means that there are initial investments and initial efforts necessary to become more wealthy, to become more stable, and to become more resilient in our energy systems on the long run. And that's an amazing journey. Again, it's worth it. However, it can derail. You know, what are the challenges of this European journey? You know, the European energy journey is always labeled as the European bringing the man on the moon project. Is it really a helpful metaphor? It's always an all or nothing story. So what happened if JFK said, "Dear people of America, my dream is to bring a man halfway to the moon"? That would be worth nothing. So, but if you think about the energy transition, it's not about ambitious goals. It's not about, let's say, goals on paper, a competition of even higher goals. It's about getting the ball rolling, getting the whole project started. That is so important. At the moment, we see on a macro-European scale, the execution is falling slightly short, even though there is happening an awful lot in revamping, in renovating all the systems. Don't get me wrong on this. And we as E.ON, we are working almost on our limits to get the energy transformation delivered. But currently, Europe's trend of lowering the CO2 emissions is more than 40% than the 55% till 2030, which is on the plan. That means Europe could face a prolongation of the transition bridge by 5 to 10 years. That may result in potentially overshooting the 1.5 degree climate goal that can lead to higher long-term costs. It could even affect energy security if the grid is not expanding as fast as electricity demand is growing, and ultimately puts political and social commitment at risk, as failure to meet interim targets can undermine public trust and the credibility of climate policies, making it harder to mobilize future action. What do we observe in Europe today on our way. A quick reality check which show you that ambitious 2050 goals sometimes face a tough landing when it comes to the day-to-day little steps. Our big problem, children, are transport and heat. Both sectors need to do far more in the next 7 years, far more than they have done in the past 23 years to reach their decarbonization targets. On the other hand, on the cost side, we have seen the offshore wind cost increase by far more than 40% simply due to interest rates, to material cost, to logistics cost only over the last 3 years. Offshore projects all over the planet, but particularly in Europe, get cancelled or stopped or even delayed. Wholesale electricity prices will certainly not drop to the level in 2020. Cost of new generation will make the bridge more expensive. Cost-wise, solar, PV and battery combined already beat wind, which delivers a shift from wind energy into the future power of the solar century, which is PV. And for everyone who says, okay, let's then do a step back and get back into gas, I can say this is really walking on thin ice. Gas is not going to fix it. Relying on LNG means walking on thin ice. Sudden scarcity could push prices up to high again. I'm deeply convinced the global energy transition will unfold at the end of the day, but just not according to the script. It's a great project, it's worth fighting for it. There are, however, 3 big challenges which can make the whole project derail. Firstly, it's as simple as that. It's a challenge that we see all over the world, obvious regulatory nonsense. Technologies and decarbonization levers should be reflected against their actual abatement costs and indirect impact on energy infrastructure. We have to rethink set goals such as, for example, the hydrogen agenda, as it's one of the most expensive decarbonization levers. It costs us more than 1,000 euro per ton of CO2 avoided as abatement costs. Let's refocus on other measures like renovations of buildings, CCS, or blue hydrogen instead of green hydrogen, which could cut the cost by a factor of 3. Let's think and act more rational in making that happen. Because if costs go through the roof and costs really matter, it will be very difficult in democratic systems to defend and to justify the tough measures that everyone has to face. The second thing the second moment where the energy transformation could derail is the heat transition. High investments are required from the customers to install a heat pump compared to a gas boiler, for example. That is strong investment and additional renovation costs. Not everyone can participate. So we need intelligent subsidy schemes for those people who cannot afford this journey, who cannot afford the transformation, to make a focused subsidies and help the people to transform. And that leads me to the third point, wrong allocation of costs. Affordability and acceptance of energy transformation must be secured. For that, we need to think about a future-proof grid fee scheme, including assessing the idea of moving towards more capacity-based grid fees, for example, as one of the levers. So let's adjust and allocate the cost where they really get born. What matters to us as E.ON beyond all the macro challenges? So first of all, what I'm telling my colleagues constantly is that in a solar century where we are expecting to come to, flexibility is king. We need to prepare for that and find digital solutions to aggregate and integrate flexibility into the future systems. Secondly, we need to electrify the heat. Heat transition is one of the biggest levers to decrease CO2 emissions. Heat pumps, smart usage of waste heat, and AI-based solutions for municipal heat planning as a key enabler are really of the assets, are instrumental to deliver on the heat transition. And thirdly, We need to take the big shots out of the drawer to make up for burning the carbon budget. CCUS, carbon credit trade, removal technologies, and intercontinental interconnectors between Europe and Africa, between Europe and the Middle East, can provide new hope to get closer to our decarbonization targets. Energy transition is a global challenge. No sector, no company will master it alone. We need the sector coupling as a prerequisite for the energy transformation to happen. Last but not least, it requires innovation, advanced technologies, and efficient solutions. You guys in Israel, known as a startup nation, has a vibrant tech ecosystem, particularly strong in energy tech and sustainability innovations. That's where we are working very closely with the Israeli startup ecosystem. We are proud partners of Ignite the Spark and the Energy Tech All-Stars event. These initiatives are needed to bring all players together. Large companies, investors, and startups to master the energy transition together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. We are very proud of the support and an ally and what's been talked about a lot about the US Department of Energy, and now having a European strategic partner as E.ON, we appreciate that as well. I'm going to apologize very quickly to our online audience, but I'm going to use my big boy voice. So, it's time to get ready for the starting of our pitch competition. We have our top 11 startups, which you will all meet. So back to the online audience so you could hear me. What I said is that we have the top 11 startups that are going to be taking the stage in just a moment. So go get coffee, go get water. We will be back here at 3 o'clock sharp. You have 20 minutes. So water, coffee, energy, stretch, and we will all be back. And back to our online audience. Utilize the time. So real quick, anyone that's part of the Ignite the Spark team, I would love you guys to come up to the stage really quick. Anyone from the Ignite the Spark team, please come up. We want to take a quick photo and give you guys a round of applause. So let's come up real quick. We're going to take a quick photo. Gali? Gali. We're gonna, Gali, there you are. Yeah, she's just grabbing everyone. Come on up. Gali's coming. Real quick. Can we get a round of applause for Gali, please? You have no clue the effort that she put in this event. It's been amazing to have her. Yeah. Okay. No. So, thank you. My team thanks you so much for being part of the community, buying into Israeli energy tech and everything that's there. So I before we come with the startups, I want to invite up a great partner of Ignite the Spark, taking the stage again, kind of with the idea of is partnering with a large multinational corporate a good thing? Is it an opportunity? Is it a pitfall? Is it a threat for a startup? So I want to invite up Amir Horvitz. He is the CEO of ESIL. He previously worked with a multinational corporate here in Israel. So he has the experience. And so before we get in with the startups, we heard from the investors. We heard from the two startups that are doing the thing. And now let's hear for other opportunities with multinational corporates.
So, you found your co-partner, you've got the best idea in the world, you're going to save the world and make a lot of money at the same time. But more likely than not, you're facing either some or all of these challenges. Most of the time, you'll have second-hand knowledge about the market. If you haven't worked directly with your end partner within the industry, you've learned about it, you've heard about it, you've talked about it. Do you really know what the market needs? Can you really pinpoint to the last millimeter what the market needs? More often than not, the answer is no. You've got a very small team, a very knowledgeable team, a very talented team, but how multidisciplinary is your team? In order to fully develop your product, your technology, in order to integrate it, you're going to have to understand a lot about a lot of fields. And that often is not the case in the initial stages with the small team that you have. And once you do reach the prototype stage, you've developed something. You want to test it now. Where and how are you going to test it? That robot that is supposed to clean solar modules, that device which is supposed to identify a pollutant coming out of a fossil fuel facility. How are you going to reach that place, that critical infrastructure, put your device there and get the real world answers of how it works, if it works, and how well does it work. And climate tech, as everybody in this room knows, you're going to need to find someone with patience. There's a long time to market. More often than not, compared to other industries, you're going to have to take a lot of time to reach the end result, the market. And I'm here to claim that partnering with a multinational under some circumstances is the way to bridge that gap. Those gaps which will take, that prevent you right now from reaching from where you are to that final stage of becoming a commercialized company. For the early stages, there are a few ways in which an MNC, a multinational corporation, can help a startup. First and foremost is funding. That might not be the first thing on your mind, but at the end of the day, as an early stage startup, you are short for cash, you need that funding. And as I mentioned just a minute ago, you need money that comes with patience. The long time to market, the long development cycles, the inherent risks may deter traditional investors, may put off some other investors. If you can find a multinational that is also willing to invest, either directly or through a CVC or through some kind of vehicle which enables it to invest money, it will most likely come with at least a bit of patience, which will allow you to reach your milestones and develop at the pace and at the way which you decide. A multinational corporation with its huge staff will come with that multidisciplinary knowledge which you lack. They may not be the world's leading expert on everything, but they will usually have enough knowledge on enough issues that will help you answer questions which you have to yourselves, which will help you answer questions for your future investors. This is very, very important. And validation of the market. Obviously, this is either your end customer or the enabler to reach your end customer, and these are the people that will know best whether you're directing your product in the right place, whether you can make corrections and direct it better, in a better place, or whether you're not on your way to success. I would say that out of all these four items, the multidisciplinary technical know-how, and the market validations are the two areas which I'm asked the most by other co-investors. What do my corporate partners think about a specific startup? This is the knowledge that is very critical for you also in reaching your next financing rounds. And if you've passed all these, again, access to infrastructure, you will want to test and validate and prove your product in infrastructure, which usually only a multinational, only a large corporation can help you with. Also, for the growth and scaling stages, a multinational can be a great ally. You can integrate your product in the multinational's manufacturing facilities or access manufacturing partners of that multinational. You can use the distribution channels of the multinational partner to reach globally. You will reach the stage when you want to go into the market in the US. It'll be important enough to reach out, but not substantial enough to have an employee, a constant employee, sit in the US. This is exactly where a multinational can help you. A multinational can help you with its build your marketing strategy, but more importantly, you can piggyback on the multinational's branding. At the end of the day, you will be startup X supported by global NMC Y. Even ESIL, when we set up ESIL, we were unknown. We set it up from scratch. Every time we mentioned ourselves, we would always say ESIL, supported by or founded by, and we would mention the multinationals behind us. This will give confidence to your first clients. This will give confidence for your next investors. And of course, customer reach. Some of these multinationals work with millions and millions and millions of customers on a daily or monthly or yearly basis. If your product is going to be a B2C product, obviously, this is the best and fastest way for you to get to that audience. But it's not all fun and games, and it's not always positive. The difference between a startup and a multinational corporation is huge. The difference between an Israeli startup and a European, Asian, or North American corporation is even larger, just like the difference between waiting for a bus in London or waiting for a bus in Israel. The communication is different. The sensitivity to cultural issues is different. The structure, the hierarchical structure of a multinational compared to the flat structure of the Israeli startup is ways apart. And the Israeli startup manager who wants a meeting tomorrow and close the deal the day after that and wants to sit with the CEO of the multinational corporation because his idea is going to revolutionize the industry is going to have a hard time if he doesn't take these things under consideration. And of course, you have some stereotypes, some of them true, about the greedy corporate who is going to eat up the small and innocent startup. You can have multinational corporations which will eat into your IP, which is your most valuable asset. You might find yourself chasing the global multinational corporations' needs and not where the actual market is going, and that's not where you want to be. That can prevent you from running a necessary pivot if you're not heading in the right direction. And you don't want a partner that's going to block off a certain geography or block you off from working with one of its competitors if that's the right way to go for you and your company. A word about us: we're backed by 3 corporate partners: EDF Renewables from France, Bazan Group from Israel, and Johnson Matthey from the UK. We're also supported by the Israel Innovation Authority. We've got a portfolio of 12 companies, everything climate tech, from carbon capture to energy storage to hydrogen transportation to cooling systems, etc., etc., etc. You're welcome to go into our website and read more about the different companies. The one thing that all of these have in common, they all have something in common with what one of our corporate partners does. These are just a few examples of collaborations currently running between our portfolio, some of our portfolio companies and our global partners. And to sum up, if you do it the right way, if you do it cautiously, a global corporation, an MNC, can be a great partner at an early stage. Watch out for the pitfalls, do the partnership the right way with the right partners. It can really help you frog leap to success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir. Wow, Amir, you really brought the energy. So, who's excited? Come on, come on, come on. More. We got to give it up for our startups. So let's put it in perspective. We had 40 applications plus, actually. We took it down to top 20. The top 20 startups then went through carbon math, learned what investors are looking for in pitching, what they should expect. I worked with them on public speaking and their skills. They are all prepared, because then we took it down to our top 11. And as you can see, it's almost it is perfect timing that the map came out, and now we have these top 11. So we have 3 prizes, and the 4th that goes to all 3 winners. We have our jury. Best of luck. And let's begin. The very first startup that we have has a very diverse team. It's a crossover really between Industry 4.0, and we see across all that there's synergies when it comes to energy. We have Batel Cohen-Weisel, the CTO, and I present to you Solar PV.
Hi, I am Batel from Solar PV, a fresh startup company develops indoor photovoltaics. You all probably know that today the best way to power wireless devices is batteries, but these batteries result in a disposal of over 50 million batteries a day. Do you realize the impact of this number? High carbon footprint, economic implications, maintenance burden, and now also new strict regulations adopted by Europe. Do you recognize these buildings? Sorry, these buildings? The buildings we are now in, Turmei Rubinstein. These buildings have more than 8,000 rooms, and most probably more than 25,000 sensors. Considering those sensors are powered by batteries, that means more than 250,000 batteries replacement during the sensor's lifetime. Now, think about all the other buildings around us. Don't you think we need a better solution? This solution is indoor photovoltaics, IPV. IPV are small devices that capture ambient light and convert it into electricity. That means we can reuse the energy of light already existing in the room and reduce the use of alkaline batteries. This solution is green and efficient. And we are not the only one that think that. By 2027, the regulations on non-rechargeable batteries will be more strict, and we can see that big companies like Google and Amazon already started to invest this solution in the recent years. However, the current IPV technologies available in the market today have limitations, and this is exactly where Solar PV steps in. Solar develops an innovative perovskite-based indoor photovoltaics. These solar panels are cost-effective, recyclable, and have a great potential efficiency, overcoming the 40% under indoor light. Solar utilized a unique cell structure based on layer-by-layer printing of mesoporous metal oxides. The perovskite is penetrating in between those layers and yielding an efficient energy conversion device. Looking on competitives with different IPV technologies, such as silicon, OPV, or even other perovskite architecture, we can see that solar generates more power for the same panel size. Here you can see a short video of wireless environmental sensor powered by solar PV panel. The sensor is monitoring the humidity and temperature in the environment, and the information is transmitted to the phone. The market size is $57 billion, and it can be split into 2 main categories, IoTs and consumer electronics. We are now focusing in the energy efficiency area and collaborating to test our solar panel into hotel rooms. Our business model is B2B, starting by selling PV panels for OEM, and later on, when it comes to mass production, also licensing the technology. We started our activity 1.5 years ago. And now we are stepping into the seed stage, looking for investment in the amount of $1.5 million. Our team, including Professor Lioz Etgar from the Hebrew University, Dr. Yosef Faraj, and myself, Dr. Batel Cohen-Wiesel, all with wide expertise in photovoltaics, perovskite, and printing technologies. So come and join us to strive for energy sustainability in our everyday environment. Thank you.
So, this is new this year that we haven't done previously in the other 3 years. Mic back, because we're leaving room for our jury to ask questions. Sean has a mic right now that he can pass to any of the jury to ask a question.
Hi, I'm Jared Bierbach with the U.S. Department of Energy. Thank you so much for that great pitch. Just curious, I'm always interested in partnerships. Do you have any strategic partnerships, and how do they enhance your business?
Yes, so hi Jared. So we are now starting to collaborate with Rotal Group. Rotal is a company that are doing electronics and ITO devices. So we want basically to take our solar panels, the indoor solar panels, and to pair it with the electronics we needed for. Currently, we are talking about hotel rooms, as I said. So you have the door locks in the hotel. So for this application, and to test this in hotel rooms in stuff like that.
Hi. Should I press something? It's working? Sorry. Hi, I'm Maria from Tehran, and I have a question about the perovskite. The reason why you decided to go to perovskite, because you don't use the transparency of the layer, as far as I see, and what is the ROI of the system? Thank you.
Okay, so perovskite is a very unique structure. It's not only using for transmittent photovoltaics. One of its best, its unique properties that you can change its band gap. You can tune the band gap according to your wishes. So why the perovskite solar cells are better for indoor than the silicon? Because the spectrum of the LEDs and fluorescents is different than the spectrum of the sun. For the sun, we need an absorber in the band gap around 1.3 electron volt. But for LEDs, we need 1.7, 1.8 electron volt. So the silicon, you cannot change its properties, you cannot change its band gap, but the perovskite, I can change its band gap in the lab. I can use other components and to tune the band gap to be 1.7, 1.8, and in that way to get energy efficiency, better energy efficiency from the LEDs. Okay.
Thank you, Badal. Thank you so much. Follow up, jury, follow up with her. Make sure to find her. So our next one, it's a great lab to tech story. Who's heard of direct air carbon capture? Hands? Direct ocean capture? Mosaico sits right in the middle of that. Mati Shani, the CEO, is going to be coming up in a second, but here is Mosaico.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Imagine a world where industrial processes not only avoid polluting the environment, but actively reverse pollution through carbon negative solutions. That is Mosaico. Industrial efficiency, sustainable minerals, carbon sequestration, all achieved with a single solution in a single process. Hi, my name is Mati, co-founder and CEO of Mosaico. Developed over the past 3 years by a brilliant team of Technion researchers, led by PI Dr. Charlotte Vogt, co-founder and lead scientist, Mosaico's technology redefines industrial water treatment. Traditional methods of industrial water treatment use harmful chemicals that end up polluting the ocean threatening bioecosystems globally. Over 1.6 trillion cubic meter of seawater are treated in this way annually, over 95% of that by thermal power plants. Mosaico operates on a series of proprietary technologies, such as highly efficient electrodes and a multi-chamber continuous flow design. First, the electrochemical cell temporarily raises water alkalinity. Then, our selective mineralization chamber absorbs atmospheric carbon dioxide into the water to generate carbon-based solid minerals which lock carbon dioxide for many generations. The calcium and magnesium depleted water are then released back into the ocean, and we're left with high-quality minerals such as calcium carbonate and magnesium carbonate. We enhance production efficiency without using any chemicals, saving each power plant millions of dollars annually. The minerals are sold as an essential feedstock, boosting revenue by over 10% with an outstanding 2-year return on investment. This allows us to lead a profitable operation without relying on carbon credits. Carbon negativity is guaranteed and easily verified under all energy sources. We typically sequester 1 megaton of atmospheric carbon dioxide annually for an average-sized power plant, regardless of its feed source. We harness the ocean as a source for sustainable minerals, abating pollution and environmental damage created by the mining industry. Our 4th generation alpha demonstrator exceeded its KPI targets, clearing all technological risks, and we're ready to deploy a pilot at a customer site. Mosaico uses the least amount of energy among carbon dioxide removal technologies, and thus is also by far the cheapest, which makes it the best candidate to become a gigaton-scale carbon dioxide removal operation, all while working with already existing infrastructure. Our solution, business model, and assumptions were all validated with our customers, energy companies from different continents. Technology readiness, coupled with our customer-validated business model, fortifies our goal of exponential deployment and assuring our investors return on investment. Join us in creating a healthier planet. Thank you for your attention, and I wish to acknowledge, just one sentence, and I wish to acknowledge our exceptional team. Now, thank you and applause.
Mati, great job. Jury, questions, questions, questions.
Hey, Mati, Ori Spiegel, Siemens Energy Ventures. I'm the head of innovation. Maybe one question. How do you prepare a pilot with one of your customers? So what kind of equipment we need to take under consideration?
Well, it's very simple. We're going to provide the 2 cells that I've described, and that's more or less it. There is obviously some electricity connection and water, but that's it.
Okay, and regarding the duration of the pilot?
The first pilot that we plan is split to 2 phases. The first one is 1 year, and then the second one is more elaborate, which would be additional year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good on questions. Thank you so much. So, we talk about resiliency a lot and the drive to move forward. So, with that being said, just let you know this. This company was part of one of our first events in 2019 when we founded the community, and they made an amazing pivot, and they're thriving. So I want to invite up the VP of Marketing, Dana Haleli, to present Luminescent.
Net zero by 2050 is becoming an aspirational goal. We need solutions that can provide impact at scale. And at this point, realistically speaking, most solutions are not scalable and not economical. This is where our heat engine comes in. And here's the problem we solve. Heat engines operate on gases, which carry negligible heat per volume. That makes them extremely inefficient. Our isothermal technology moves from the red line to the blue line, achieving near perfect efficiency. And we can do that because we developed a brand new thermodynamic cycle with a better way to turn heat into electricity and electricity into heat. And we do that by using liquid instead of gas, creating thermal density that's 1,000 times higher and achieving near perfect efficiency. Powering the world's most efficient heat engine. So this efficiency, coupled with low capital expenses, makes our payback very quick. Our solution is simple and modular. It's practically a plug-and-play solution for generating zero-emission electricity. And let's look under the hood. So we have two liquids mixing, creating bubbles. And when those bubbles expand, they create pressure in the turbine, making it spin like a sprinkler, turning heat into kinetic energy into electricity. For industrial waste heat, we can provide efficiency between 20 to 30%. That means that for 1 megawatt thermal, we can generate between 200 to 300 kilowatts of electricity. For next-gen geothermal, can you hear me okay? For next-gen geothermal, we can increase electricity production by 20%, and the same engine can save between 10 to 20% of data center electricity consumption. And that adds up to an impressive addressable market of 160 gigawatts. Our focus is on the US and Europe, and our pricing is simple, $1,000 per kilowatt. Our roadmap starts with the isothermal heat engine and continues with a high-efficiency heat pump. Those two combined create our crown jewel, a long-duration thermal storage with 70% round-trip efficiency that can turn any solar or wind farm into a baseload solution. This is our impact. And we've had incredible commercial traction so far with pilots, with leading companies, and a 10-year agreement with the biggest renewable energy producer in the world, funded by a DOE grant. And our leadership team brings together brilliant minds from the industry and the academy. So far, we have raised $20 million from leading investors, and now we are raising our Series A to help us blaze through this capital-intensive period from developing our technology to putting it into profitable use. And this is us. Thank you.
Questions, questions, questions. Don't leave us yet.
I want to ask about the percentages a little bit. You said for industrial uses you will reach close to Carnot efficiency, 20 to 30%, but on the battery you said a round trip 70%. How does that work together?
Yes. So first of all, the 20 to 30% is the electricity that we can, the efficiency of electricity generation, and the 70% is a Carnot efficiency. For the round trip efficiency, I will have to return to you with the exact numbers.
So it's a different similar question.
Yes, of course.
Adi from E44 Ventures. So what is the limitation of the technology? Because it seems that it has a vast industrial use, but what are the limitations in terms of application and temperatures?
So the truth is that since our cycle is pretty groundbreaking. We're the only cycle that can create such high efficiency and can also generate power per the needs of the end user. So when they ask us about the heat limitations for how hot we can go, it basically depends on the metal. We just don't want the machine to melt. And in terms of how low we can go, the solutions for data centers can cool the liquids to 45% Celsius.
Thank you so much. So, to keep it going, this is a company that felt the heat of the 7th October, but they also are feeling the heat of batteries. Dorpet's Engineering and Testing Director. He's going to come take the stage and tell you about Karar.
So, hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Dor Peretz, I'm the Director of Engineering in Karar. So Karar, it's a company that specialized in design, manufacturing, and delivery of superior battery modules for the automotive industry. We leverage a unique thermal management system based on two-phase immersion technology to provide a holistic solution for the entire vehicle. Now, our products line focuses on battery modules with integrated two-phase immersion thermal management, but also power electronics and in-vehicle computing based on cold plate evaporators. Now, over the past 3 years, we did a lot of projects, very successful projects with OEMs and Tier 1 companies in the fields of battery performance, lifetime, and safety. And also, we have our very powerful strategic partners that some of them are also our investors that help us to speed up the penetration to the market and maintain the quality of our product during mass production. Now, despite the high efficiency of electric vehicles today, there are still major challenges to deal with, such as long charging times, sensitivity to extreme weather, short battery life, range degradation, and even battery fires. Now, Karar solves all of these problems. With our system, the battery conditions remains at the optimal range at any weather, at any driving conditions. Also with the ability to dissipate very large amount of heat. And with our temperature control, we can guarantee steady and uniform temperatures inside the module, which this is alone highly contributes to the battery lifetime, performance, and safety. Now, all of these advantages comes with very low form factor and very low parasitic energy, which means very efficient and compact system. Now, let me give you this. With our system, the vehicle can reach over 1 million kilometers. Now, I know it sounds imaginary, but let me explain how. Here in this graph, you can see lifetime test results for two identical modules with the same cells inside and the same charging and discharging protocol with the only difference of our system. Now, you can see that our module reached almost 2,400 cycles, that equivalent to 1 million kilometers. But not only that, it also maintained the available energy, the capacity of the battery, constant during the module lifetime, which basically means that from charging to charging, the range remains the same. And you cannot say that on the other module, which you can see this sharp degradation of the capacity. Now, we believe that based on that and based on a lot of other tests that we did, that our system can create three major impacts. The first one is to eliminate the range anxiety around electric vehicles. The second one is to provide a proper second life for the batteries that leave the vehicle. And of course, open up the option for second-hand market for electric vehicles. And these points can push very fast and very strong the adoption of electric vehicles in the market. Now, at the beginning of the year, we completed our round A, which raised a little bit more than $5 million. We invested our efforts and resources in developing and testing our product. We did projects with OEMs. And we started, and actually right now, at the final stages of the company qualification according to the IATF standards to become a qualified vendor for the automotive industry. Right now, we're heading towards another funding round, which we're planning and want to raise at least $15 million, with the main goal of building a production line for small volumes. Also, we're planning to start a development process with an OEM to reach start of production for the platforms of 2028. Now, before I finish, I want to leave you all with the taste of what we believe is our biggest value to the market. As I mentioned before, Karar solves a lot of major problems. It enabling ultra-fast charging, extending the battery lifetime, and preventing fires in the batteries. But what behind all of this is the actual ability to change the way people see and think about the disadvantages of electric vehicles today. And it can really change the demand for electric vehicles in the market. Now, this is true value. I invite you all to dig more, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shai from Orbia. Wasn't clear if this need to be added before you produce the battery or the car, or it can be added also after?
It's an integral system as part of the vehicle. What we actually provide is a module with integrated thermal management. We remove the existing thermal management system that's based on a cold pipeline array that with the glycol flow, and we remove it and we replace it with modules that support this thermal management system with all the advantages of it.
Maria from Tehran. Did you negotiate with the producers of batteries today? What feedback do you get from them? Is it easy to implement, or it requires huge change in the production lines?
So, of course, there is challenges, but actually we did a lot of projects with OEM companies and also battery manufacturers. The results are amazing. The ability to ultra-fast charge and the battery lifetime especially, and also safety. We also do safety tests in our facilities. The results are amazing, and the production line conversion to our technology, we actually need to build a production line for our modules, but there is also the side of the system, thermodynamic system, which includes mutual development with the OEM.
Thank you.
Can you specify the number of how many watts can you remove per centimeter or whatever?
Sorry?
And also, how do you cool your liquid eventually? Or how do you cool it? I mean, it's a closed
yeah,
loop.
it's a closed loop. It's a two-phase immersion loop, which means the batteries are fully immersed inside the module. It's like liquid that covers the entire batteries.
So where is the evaporation?
Yeah, it boils due to the heat from the batteries, and vapor leaves the module to the rest of the system, to the compressor and condenser, and then comes back through expansion valve or the rest of the thermodynamic loop.
And how do you cool the vapor?
So we're using different refrigerants. It's really not the issue. The only issues with the refrigerant is to keep boiling point that's close to 25 degrees, which is the temperature that we want to keep in the module. So we're using right now 2 different refrigerants. The one boils at 24 degrees centigrade at atmospheric pressure, and the second one in 18 degrees. So we need to do slight pressure or slight vacuum. We're using refrigerants by Chemours and by Arkema.
And it's not a problem to cool the vapor somewhere
actually,
outside, you know.
So we're actually not cooling the vapor. We're using the refrigerant. We're taking the heat from the batteries.
Where is the heat going?
To a condenser and then to the environment.
So
I'm
asking whether that's a problem.
So maybe we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. I want to give everyone a shot. Obviously, a lot of interest here. Gidon is very excited. So I've mentioned the trip to Texas a couple of times, and we realized that not many of you have been exposed to this company here in Israel. We took them abroad before we exposed it more here. This is a man that understands pressure, so I know he's not going to feel any pressure here up on the stage. Moti Levy with Watergy.
Hello everyone, I'm Moti from WaterG, the CTO and the co-founder, and I'm going to present you today the WaterG solution for green energy harvesting. So it is surprising, but 65 to 80% of American households cannot install any kind of green energy solution. In multi-residential buildings, for example, there's often insufficient space to install a wind turbine or a solar system. Even in houses with enough space, in many places, there's a lack of enough sunlight hours to make it cost effective. Additionally, the high installation costs pose a significant burden, a financial burden for many. So as a result, less than 3% of the American households install any kind of green energy, solar system, or any kind. We are introducing what we believe is a game changer in the category of green energy harvesting for the residential market. Our compact box produces an energy, electricity, by using the surrounding air and water from the apartment water line, cutting the electricity bill by 70%. A typical system produces about 900 kilowatts hour per month and costs roughly $2,500 with a nominal electricity cost of about 2.4 cents per kilowatt hour. With the size of about a refrigerator, it can be placed almost anywhere, even in the laundry balcony. It produces electricity 24/7, independent of sun or wind, and reducing carbon emissions by over 27%. So how does it work? Essentially in three steps. First, we inject a fine spray of water into an air tank which is sealed. As a result, we start a rapid evaporation that reduces the temperature and pressure of the air in the tank and causing the piston at the bottom of the tank to raise up. Then we open the air valves, and by using a fan we replace the air inside of the tank with fresh air from the outside. The pressure between the tank and the surrounding is equalized, causing the piston to go up. The cyclic motion of the piston up and down is then converted into electricity by using an alternator, for example. As for our business model, we are going to sell WaterG system to installer of solar systems and to enhance their product offering, and then in turn will offer it to green energy project owners. Recently, we validated the thermodynamic theory and the thermodynamic theory and optimized the injection properties to create the desirable pressure differences between the tank and the outside. Now we are focusing on the energy conversion system. We are in a fundraising round, aiming to raise about $2 million to develop a full prototype and to produce 20 customer POCs by the end of 2025. We have a strong R&D team with the suitable engineering and scientific background led by a serial entrepreneur with the right business background. That was us, WaterG, turning a drop of water into a wave of green energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you say a word about where exactly is the IP?
The way we inject the water to the tank is very complicated, and the IP, part of the IP is in the injection, and another part of the IP is in the energy conversion.
Hi, Maria from Tehran. I have a question about the temperature dependence. Can it work in below zero, or do you have some limitation of weather, environment?
Because the air reduces its temperature about 8 Celsius degrees. The limit is 10 Celsius degrees. Below 10 Celsius degrees, it should stop working and wait for the temperature to goes up.
Thank you.
Hi, Amir from ESL here in Center. Can you talk about water usage? It's not a closed cycle, right? So what's the amount of water used per day or in whatever metrics you want to measure it?
About 7 cubic meters for month. It's about another person in the house. Something like that.
Great, thank you, Jerry. So I want to make sure that everyone uses the Eventory platform to connect with our startups, ask them more questions, especially our online audience, and connect with each other as a whole. Because this event, as Sean said, the 4th time, it's proof, right? But we're all from a science background, so we've tested things. So I want to bring up proof. The proof is CoEnergy. CoEnergy was the winner last year. They went to Energy Tech Summit. They have made tremendous growth since there. So Aviv Dekel, CEO, I want to invite you up to let everyone know what's happened in the past year.
Hi everyone, hello, good afternoon. It's great to be back on this stage again. So quick recap, CoEnergy, we are a technology company. We set up and design technological solutions in the field of waste to value, converting different types of waste to a variety of energetic outputs and high value commodities. This is the executive team leading the company, and let's get to the juicy stuff now. So this picture was taken here 16 months ago, shortly after the winning announcement. Back then, we had 2 product lines, one for converting organic waste to biochar and the other for converting plastic waste to electricity or fuel. This year, we've put a lot of emphasis on plastic and what we can do with it, and especially converting plastic waste to hydrogen in a non-SMR process, which is very exciting. And if you've been following the hydrogen industry, you know there's so many things that are going on. You have ammonia, you have maritime shipping, you have LOHCs, and all these different segments are looking for the silver bullet of hydrogen at $2 per kilogram, which we can deliver using plastic waste. We were also able to produce ethylene from plastic, which is huge if you're in the plastic industry. They have their own constraints about reincorporating used plastic in their process. So all these different industries, tying all the stakeholders together, this is where we come into play. We also completed successfully an R&D project of advancing and upgrading our technology. We started with our reactor 1.0, where we set out to perfect pyrolysis, and we recently concluded a process of introducing our reactor 2.0. That's the first of a kind design that's going to revolutionize the way we think and execute pyrolysis. And we started to present that in our demonstration unit a couple of weeks ago, and it's going to be launched into the market very shortly. I'm also happy to announce that we've started to account for our own emissions, Scope 1, 2, and 3, to voluntarily adhere to the GHG Protocol corporate standard, because we take climate tech seriously. In terms of our operational portfolio, so last year we reported on 2 projects, and this year we can happily add to the list another one, a plastic to diesel project that we commissioned to Elcon in their recycling facility in Neot Chovav in the Negev. This project started with a single unit of 500 kilograms per hour, and it's going to expand to 6 tons per hour of plastic that's going to generate 22 million liters of fuel per year. That's 22 million non-fossil fuel per year. And it's also going to avoid the emissions of over 144 CO2 equivalent that would otherwise be emitted by landfilling that plastic. So again, tying all those dots together. Our geographical scope has also expanded. We have crossed the boundaries of Israel, and our current pipeline includes projects ranging from Mexico all the way to Australia. in different volumes. If you think about the project in Vietnam, for instance, that's a 6 ton per hour organic and a 6 ton per hour plastic, so definitely stepping up a notch in our capabilities. And this is a selfie of us in our startup's journey. If you think about the path that every startup and entrepreneur is undergoing. So we're at this steep climb of growth, expanding our team, expanding our capabilities, expanding our geographical coverage. We're all over the place. And it's not an easy trail to follow, especially in a climate tech. It's undergoing its Darwinian phase, where we're starting to see the playing field cleaning up a little bit from these background noises. And if you want to cement yourself as a paramount force to be reckoned with, you have to constantly deliver results. You can't do it any other way. Presentations won't do that. We still have our journey cut out for us, but we're heading there and loving every minute of it. And with this, I will conclude, taking final word to you guys over here. You're doing an incredible job. And trust me when I say this event and these guys over here are going to boost your companies no matter what the result is. So all the luck to you, and you guys take notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Aviv. So, the next one to take the stage, repair carbon capture. Very proud of myself for writing this one right here, so I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. They're part of our stacked lineup, so make sure you catch your breath as they're already capturing carbon in a stacked way. I want to introduce Deborah Emanuel, Head of Marketing.
Hello. My name is Deborah Emanuel, and I'm Head of Marketing at Repair. Repair is a direct air capture company, and we remove excess CO2 from the atmosphere. Carbon emissions have not been reduced to the targets that have been set. In order to mitigate the effects of climate change, we must do more than reduce our emissions. We must implement direct air capture. This is the only way we're going to reduce and remove historical and hard-to-abate emissions. To reach net zero by 2050, we must remove 10 billion tons of carbon a year. Okay. But the problem is that conventional direct air capture solutions are not economically viable at scale. They're way too energy intensive, with more than 2 megawatts per ton, and they're way too expensive, with a projected levelized cost of over $200 per ton. This is where Repair comes in. Repair's direct air capture solution outperforms other direct air capture solutions with the lowest energy consumption, the lowest cost, and the fastest time to scale up. Repair's solution consumes only 600 kilowatts per ton, which is much less than the industry standard of 2 megawatts per ton. Repair also has the lowest projected levelized cost at scale, with only $50 a ton, which is much less than the industry standard of $200 a ton. Before I get to the third point, I'd like to go over the technology benefits. So Repair's solution is based on an electrochemical process. It's fully electric with zero heat. There are no liquids, no solvents, no hazardous materials, and no waste. And this allows us to scale up quickly because we don't have the pools of chemicals that other solutions have to deal with. This also means that it's safe for people and the environment. So this brings me to our third point, the fastest time to scale up. It all starts with one electrochemical cell, which is stacked into what we call our stack module. Carbon capture capacity is reached by stacking of cells, by stacking of modules, by stacking of rows of modules until we get to the plant-size scale. And this simplistic, unique design is ideal for mass manufacturing and easy deployment. So we started with one technology, and now we have 2 solutions, and we're rapidly scaling up. We recently launched a field prototype, and we were able to reach TRL 6, and we took this unique direct air capture technology and we applied it to a diluted point source application of 1%. And from the automotive industry, aluminum is very, very important. It's really important also for the energy transition. But the problem is the emissions. It produces over 270 million tons of CO2 a year with no viable solution. So we have 2 pilots with 2 global aluminum manufacturers. And we're expanding our commercial growth globally. We have DAC hubs in the US, and we recently launched a direct air capture and storage agreement with Sela in Kenya. Recently also, as of last week, we recently just signed a direct air capture and storage partnership with Enerth, which is a subsidiary of Energean. This Prinos CO2 project, when fully developed by 2028, will be able to store 3 million tons of CO2 a year. We've raised $12 million, received $2 million in grants. We have 5 patents and 25 employees. With the lowest energy consumption, the lowest cost, and the fastest time to scale, we're uniquely positioned to reach the megaton scale at 2030, and we invite you to join us for our ride. Thank you very much.
Hi, Jared
Hi.
from DOE again.
Hi, Jared.
Just curious who your main competitors are and kind of where would you say is the one point that differentiates you from them?
Okay, so I mentioned it about the solvents and the pools and things like that. So we are virtually dry. So our system, our solution basically only needs humidified air. Our main competitors are Mission Zero, recently came out, Carbon Atlantis. They both work like on an electrochemical process. So hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm
Hi.
Maria from Tehran. What is the efficacy of the removal of CO2 from the air if it happens only on the interface between the electrode and the air? What are the limitations?
So the CO2 that's drawn out is 98% pure. Is that what your question was?
You mean the CO2 is pure?
Yeah, 98% purity, the CO2 that's drawn out.
What is the efficacy of the removal of the CO2 from the air, from the...
When you ask efficacy, what do you mean? We remove CO2 from the atmosphere. Like right now, at this point, or eventually?
You remove all of the CO2 from the air, half of it,
yeah.
3/4.
We talk in tons. So we remove
out of 1 ton of air.
The percentage.
How much?
Oh.
There's 0.04 CO2. How much of it you capture?
Yeah, I would have to ask. I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Deborah. So, you just heard from CoEnergy. I gave the shout out to Boson. So we have a focus on Waste to X. We see a lot of growth in Waste to X, right? Honorable mentions have participated in our previous programs, Bulgaria, Naki. So, Fornax, the spotlight is on you this year. So, make us proud. I want to introduce Neria Biran. He is the co-founder and CEO of Fornax.
Hi, my name is Neria Biran. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Fornax. And I would like to start, we are a waste to energy startup, and I'd like to start by sharing with you my journey. From the age of 7 years old, I spent time in waste facilities alongside my father, an engineer with over 25 years of experience. From that experience, we witnessed firsthand the severity of the waste problem. We saw that most of the waste end up in landfill, causing pollution and emission like methane, a greenhouse gas 25 times more potent than CO2, and landfills responsible for 20% of it. And the cost of landfills, even though it's still the cheapest option out there, the cost keep rising, and just last year, the average price was $120 per ton in the US. So we decided to do something about it. Our solution doesn't require any new infrastructure or public education, while costing less and benefiting the environment. And our primary customers are the traditional waste companies, Now you might be wondering how our solution works. I'll tell you, but first, a brief explanation about the waste industry. It contains 4 main links: collection, sorting, transfer, and disposal. And we aim to replace the last 2 of them. So how does it work? Our systems will be installed on-site at our customers' facilities. Instead of sending waste to landfills, they bring it to us. Waste is then identified and processed in our reactors, converting it into a clean energy in the form of gas. We are able to achieve this by developing 3 key technologies that help us address the challenges that other competitors are facing, both at the entrance and at the exit of the reactor. Mainly, the waste diversity and the output gas composition. And to put it simply, the technology we are developing adapt the reactor conditions according to the waste type that enter in real time. And all of those developments will allow us to receive unsorted waste straight from the source, and thus saves money. We are currently building our pilot system and we'll start testing in a few months. And you might also ask yourself, so how can it be cheaper than landfills? Our business model allows us to charge less for waste treatment by not having to pay that transfer and landfills fees, while also generating 3 additional revenue streams: energy, biochar, and carbon credit, totaling an average of $200 per ton. Remember those $120 at the beginning? We charge 50% less and generate about 50% more. We already have our first customer signed who will serve as our beta site and strategic partner, and we are also a part of the Google program for sustainable development. We have our clear vision and we can see the pathway to get there. And our team also includes Maor. She is our CTO with deep understanding in chemistry and predictive kinetic modeling. We are currently raising a round to transition our technology into a field deployment and already have $850,000 committed. So if you want to come help us clean the world, there's our contact. Thank you very much.
I guess it was extremely clear. That's good.
So.
Thank you, Nuria. I appreciate it. So, we talk about resilience a lot. We've talked about the Tukuma. A major part in the future of it, we believe, is agri-PV. So there's no one better than Amir Weiss. He is the vice president of AgriLight.
Hi everyone, I'm Amir. I'm leading the product at AgriLight, and we've developed a unique agrivoltaic solution that helps farmers increase their crop yields and generate solar power on the same land. Let me explain the what a bit better. Please meet farmer Joe. Joe is producing about 5 tons of fruit every year. Using AgriLight solution, Joe is now producing 6 tons of fruit, which are 20% more, and with better fruit quality, better shape, and better color. And Joe has now another revenue stream by generating solar power on his own land. Now, before jumping into the how, let's discuss some of the world's most acute problems. The agriculture sector of today is facing 3 main challenges. We need to produce much more food for an ever-increasing global population, but on decreasing arable land, which means also less land for agriculture and less land for traditional solar projects. And of course, with increasing climate change impacts that are just getting worse and cause a lot of pain for many, many farmers out there. Now, what are the main problems within the agrivoltaic market in terms of technology? The main problem with sun trackers, which is the most common used technology today, is when tracking the sun, it produces the maximum amount of power, but it casts shade over the crops, which damage photosynthesis, as we can see in the graphics here. Now, on the other side, if we want to benefit the crop, benefit the photosynthesis, we need to align these panels to be parallel to the sun to allow more sunlight over the crop. But then we damage the power generation capabilities. Bottom line, we need to choose during most operation time of these solutions in between the two, if you want to prefer the power generation or if you want to prefer the plant, the photosynthesis. At ArgoLite, we've managed to solve this problem. We do them both and at the same time. We've developed and patented an advanced agrivoltaic solution that is based on two main elements. The first is a dual hybrid axis, which we can move the panels that are placed above the tree lines from side to side on a horizontal axis, and this is integrated with tilt movement, like sun trackers, to help us control the shade and light and place it exactly where we want. Now, for example, if we want to place the shade on top of the crop because it's too hot, or in between the crops because it's less hot, we can do that and still be able to mount the same amount of power in both positions. Now, this is all based on mathematical algorithms, on sun models, and of course on plant needs. And understanding plant needs in real time is our biggest R&D effort in the coming years. We want not only to take the measurements, but also to analyze the parameters and the different interactions between the many, many parameters to be able to develop the most ideal stress and photosynthesis models per each one of our target crop. Now, as for testing our solution, we have won 10 different pilot tenders by the Israeli ministry, testing different crops all across the country, from mangoes in the south to avocados in the north. And also, 6 months ago, we have won a grant by the Israeli Innovation Authority. And in these days, we're completing our first pilot in the Negev desert, testing 8 different wine grapes, as we can see in both of these pictures. And last month, we also have signed a new contract in Spain, testing our solution over olive trees and wine grapes in the Valencia region. Now, the business opportunity is quite promising, with an estimated growth of more than $10 billion in the next 10 years and with a CAGR of above 10%. Now, how do we plan to make money of it? So most of our business model and our revenue is based on direct technology sales to the agrivoltaic developers, which are usually the engineering companies and the energy firms. And we also combine it, of course, with our SaaS model for the extensive use of our mobile app and smart predictive tools. So we look to raise another $2 million to complete our seed round and to establish 2 more strategic pilots that will be also demonstration sites in our key markets, focusing mainly on the US and Europe, and of course, continue the development of our R&D smart agrivoltaic models. Last but not least, we always thrive for new connections with investors and with partners. So don't hesitate to reach out, and thank you very much.
Hey, Adi from E44 Ventures. Your structure, how much it increase the capex per orchard?
So we try to be, for now, our target to be same as the others, about $1,000 to $1,200 per kilowatt. But we are in the process of minimizing it towards 900, maybe 850 per kilowatt installed.
And compared to land PV with trackers, what is your efficiency? So
our coverage is about 50%, which is a bit more than traditional, not traditional, but smart trackers. But the main thing is that we can generate both energy and increase the crop at the same time. So eventually, the solar companies will be happier than us because, first of all, their customer, their farmer will be happier because he gets better results. And they can get better results because they produce more energy at the same time rather than just normal trackers that need to prioritize sometimes the farmers at the same time.
I have a few more, but I see Shai is waiting.
I saw that some of the pilots are vineyards and mangoes and other that require some heavy equipment, agriculture equipment to operate in the field.
Right.
How do you cope with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. We've designed our system so we can move tractors in between the rows. It's not an easy thing. For example, for now, we can't focus on just normal grapes, but we're aiming to wine grapes because they do it by hand. So we're now designing a new solution to cope with that. But in most of the orchard and vineyards, we can cope with no problem.
Thank you, Amir.
Thank you very much.
So, Yuri Sitchenbaum, he is the co-founder and CEO of Belvento. Yuri, I just want to let you know, I got to give you your props when they're due. We're very proud of you because Yuri was the winner of our Energy Ideation to Creation. So, best of luck in taking home another win. They're utilizing structures that are already there to generate another stream of revenue.
Hello, my name is Yuri. Thanks for pronouncing my surname right. Sitchenbaum, it's not an easy one. Our mission is to reduce 1 gigaton of greenhouse gases from the atmosphere in an economically and operationally effective way. In our analysis, the key constraint in scaling atmospheric greenhouse gases removal lies in the complexity of processing large volumes of air in an economical fashion. To remove just 1 ton of CO2 from the atmosphere, you need to process close to 1.2 million cubic meters of air. Given the fact that revenue from 1 ton removed is just $100, that's a significant operational constraint. Therefore, our approach is not to build new infrastructure for this purpose, but rather to utilize existing infrastructure, which already sees large volumes of atmospheric air. Imagine a 7-megawatt wind turbine, 200 meters tall, 160 meters wingspan. As it generates electricity, it spins through the atmosphere. Effectively, each and every one of those turbines would process close to 150 billion cubic meters of air annually. By integrating our technology on the blades of wind turbine, we turn it into a dual-purpose asset. It continues generating clean energy while also removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. Effectively, we transform each wind farm into mega direct air capture facility. At the core of our technology is cutting-edge chemistry, a process called photocatalysis. Essentially, it enables the reduction of a greenhouse gas into an environmentally benign product. To transform a wind turbine into a dual-purpose asset, we need to do 2 things. 1, coat its blades with proprietary coating, and second, integrating a source of energy, light. Once we upgrade the turbine, each 7-megawatt turbine can remove up to 10,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. That's more than double of the largest operational direct air capture facility today. Because we leverage capex someone else already paid for, we're able to get very favorable unit economics. A ton removed would cost us close to $50 per ton. Now, with 100,000 turbines, we can reduce 1 gigaton. I admit this is quite an operational challenge, but even with just 1,000 turbines, we can reach removal of 10 million tons removed per year and generate close to $1 billion in revenue. Now, given the fact that there is 350,000 turbines already deployed, there is no lack of infrastructure to integrate with. And the key enabler of scale is the value proposition to the wind market. A turbine today would generate between $1.2 and $1.5 million in electricity revenue. We believe we can increase that revenue potential by 80%. We've built our team, completed our business validation, raised our pre-seed, and have established our research infrastructure. We're working towards a chemistry proof of concept within the next 12 months. Our team brings together professionals from the business disciplines, science, and carbon markets. And my co-founder is Nir Marom, who is a serial entrepreneur and chairman for Belvento. Thank you. Join us in... Thank you.
Thanks, Yuri. Wasn't clear if there is any byproduct or a product that you need to do something after the conversion of the nitrates?
Sure. So essentially what the conversion, the output of the conversion is environmentally benign products. So N2O would be reduced into nitrogen and oxygen, which are released into the atmosphere, and CH4 methane would be reduced into water and CO2. So essentially significantly reducing the CO2 equivalent footprint of the gas removed.
But I mean, there's nothing that needs to be collected or...
No,
okay.
no, that's an advantage because it reduces the operational complexity, and it's a disadvantage because it is an MRV challenge.
Hi, Maria from Tehran. I have a question about the importance of dust removal, and obviously it works on surface, so how can you keep clean such a huge systems?
So it's a really good question. So essentially the pollutants on the surface of the blade is a challenge, and essentially it should be it's addressed naturally, just with the centrifugal force of the movement of the turbine. But it's also we need to be addressed within the designing of the coating. So the coating should be such that essentially doesn't allow pollutants to stay on the surface of the blade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a final question.
Yes.
Dave from E44 Ventures. Can you apply it on all blades or just on new blades? And team diversity need to be uplifted.
We will work on team diversity. I agree. Regarding surfaces, so essentially our like turbines is just one surface. Every surface would be actually relevant for such a transformation. Our focus is to build a process that can be integrated both for new turbines and refurbishing or upscaling existing turbines already deployed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Matthias Sigal, the co-founder and CEO of Replace. Replace made our top 20 last year. I had the pleasure of working with him, but Replace just wasn't there yet in the partners and everyone's eyes. This year, I believe they definitely are. So enjoy.
To combat climate change and provide affordable energy, 137 countries committed to net zero. Lots of renewable energy projects need to be built, as today, only 33% of the energy sources are renewable. Between you and me, it's a fantasy, because 80% of renewable energy projects fail during development because of manual and inefficient site selection, wasting billions of dollars per year and slowing the energy transition. My name is Matthias Sigal, CEO of Replace. During the last 4 years, I have been developing renewable energy projects, and I saw firsthand how much time and money is wasted on inefficient project development. I even waste 18 months in one case. The main reason why projects fail is because developers find the sites manually, and after working on a location for months, they find out they are not able to build because of the environment, landscape, or grid. It takes developers around 4 months to find a location. We will do it live together in 20 seconds, because Replace developed a proprietary data analysis algorithm that finds the optimal location in few clicks. The user input their envisioned project, and then the algorithm finds the optimal location, checking more than 40 parameters of proprietary and public data. And then we will actually show the actual parcel of land for that project to be successful. We are not only fast, we reduce the development risk and maximize the return of investment. We sell the SaaS to solar developers, and we envision to grow for wind, hydrogen, and storage, and hopefully as well data centers. We work as a SaaS. It's an annual subscription per technology, per country. In the last year, we had significant growth. We raised $575,000 from strategic investors. With that funding, we hired an amazing team. We built the product working in 2 countries for 2 technologies. And the thing I'm the most proud of is that we signed 5 customers, including EDF, Doral, and Elawan in the US. I'm not doing this alone. My CTO, Alan Algamis, developed the technology. He has more than 14 years experience in software solutions, and we gather more than 100 years experience in renewable energy, data science, software, and business development. In the next year, we envision to reach 1.2 million in IRR, because we will go commercially to the US, We will start working also with wind or storage, and keep building in-depth algorithm while we keep creating proprietary data. So here, I want to open to you an opportunity to make an impact on the environment. If you're an investor or an energy company, work with us. So Replace can become the one-stop tool for the development of renewable energy projects. Thank you.
None? Okay. Thank you, Matthias. Excited? Yeah. Last, but definitely not least, Tomer Shaf, he's the co-founder and CEO. Tomer sent me a WhatsApp. He was like, dude, why am I last? I don't understand. I bring so much energy. Such a great, it's amazing battery, the company. Well, the reason he's last, we didn't want to show him too much of an unfair advantage. He was the winner of our Spark Tank event. Spark Tank happened at Ilatilot in February. This was a bit of an atypical pitch competition. Instead of pitching for investment and prizes, they were pitching directly for pilots. And he won. And he was the best pitch, so battery it is.
So, good afternoon to everybody. Being last, yes. So I need your help. I want everybody in the audience, an energy and climate audience that has an EV or drives an EV to raise his hand or her hand. Leave it up, leave it up, leave it up. Okay, great. Not a lot. I was asking for more. And which one of you don't have home charging? Doesn't have the ability to charge at home his EV? None of you. Okay, that's great. So you're in a good place. The latest studies show that 91% of US car owners with an EV have home charging. So most of who buys an EV have home charging. And why is that? Because the public infrastructure sucks. There's no public infrastructure. It's not good enough. If you buy an EV and rely on public infrastructure, you will not be able to own it and you will sell it afterwards. The EU suggests us in a study that they did for 2030 how the EU sees the energy and transition and the charging market to have one public EV charger for every 10 EVs on the road. Norway, the country with the most percentage of new EVs going on the road, is 1 to 34. Last year, they were 1 to 28. The numbers is increasing. So there is more and more EVs going on the road and less infrastructure being installed to charge the vehicles. And what's the problem with public charging? The public charging just doesn't make enough money. If you put a charger downstairs in this office building, put a charger in the parking lot, it will only be utilized between 10 to 13%. And why is that? Because I come in the morning to the office building, connect to the charger, charge for an hour or two, maybe 3 hours, but then I occupy this place until nighttime, and at nighttime nobody uses those chargers. So the utilization rate is very low. And this goes to show that the ROI today for installing large number of EVs is between 7 to 10 years, not enough. And don't get me started on limited grid connection and how ICE vehicles occupy those places and you need to ask somebody to move. So we at Battery decided to want to change everything. We don't want the car to come to the charger, we want the charger to come to the car. So we developed Thomas, our superhero charging robot. Thomas accumulates energy in one point in the parking lot and then moves around the parking lot, charging vehicles one after the other and after the other. When you come into the parking lot, Thomas connects to the vehicle, knows your state of charge. We understand when you want to leave the parking lot at the end of the day, and we schedule you a charging session. We find you by license plate recognition when we move in the parking lot, of course securely in order not to hit someone or something. When we found the vehicle, we get under the vehicle in order not to interfere with traffic in the parking lot. charge you in the future by wireless, today by wireless, in a rapid charging of 60 kilowatt. So if you come in even to an hour to the parking lot only to do your shopping, you can get a full charge in your BYD or Tesla Model S, Model 3 or Model Y. Everything is connected to an application that manages all of the clients and all of the routes during the day in the parking lot. When we finished one car, we move to the other and to the other, and we are all depleted. We go to charge for an hour and then start working again. So in an office building of 9 hours, we can do between 15 to 20 cars on a daily basis. Thomas is very unique. He's high utilitized. It never stops. Mobile electric storage, very smart with our optimization system. We achieved numerous number of prizes, including the Climate Prize Awards for 2023 with ESIL and Startup Nation Central. We won a prize in the Spark Tank from IAC and Ignite the Spark. We also won a grant from EAT Urban Mobility for a pilot that we just finished in Park Atidim in Tel Aviv, and we are moving it to Saloniki at the end of the summer. And we are having a few partners that we already signed with them in agreements. That's about it. We are raising right now, so if you want to join us, please tell.
Good job. Blew him away. Gidon.
How much does it cost per kilowatt hour?
It costs the service, we charge by the service, so the service costs between 30 to 40 cents a kilowatt hours. If you combine it with the electricity cost, it's less than public charging today in DC fast charging or any other charger, public charging.
So, one more round of applause for all the 11 startups that took the stage. The work that you have done beyond this event, we're all very proud of you. You're all great representations of our ecosystem. Truly are, truly are. So, jury, your time to deliberate. Sean, if you want to take them outside so they can get their final votes in, and then we'll be able to get to the awards. But first, we're honored to have Ori Spiegel, Venture Clienting Manager at Siemens. Ori, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that Siemens has taken the stage at an energy tech event. There's been a lot of changes behind the scenes. Yeah? So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, everybody. I'm so excited. Thanks to Ignite, Sean, Eshel, Cody, and Gali, of course. So I wanted to speak about the theme of the venture clienting open innovation and different angle of our activity. I guess that you know the company, a small company of more than 90 countries, 99,000 people, 100,000 people, sorry. And basically all the 1.6 electricity is done by Siemens Globe. So a couple of words about Siemens Energy Ventures. We are separated into 3 sub-teams, which start with the venture building, venture capital, and venture clienting. Venture building, they are more responsible for all the incubators activities, while venture capital acting as a design partnership, while my team deals with all the open innovation that, as you can see, part of the companies that already in the portfolio are Israeli-based. Some of the other companies that are not Israeli-based, their pilots are done in Israel. So this is a big applause to the strong Israeli ecosystem in the market. You can see also some numbers, which is quite nice numbers after 3 years from the inception. More than 200 problems were identified, more than 50 pilots were started, and plus of 20 adoptions in preparation. Some of them already scale up. Couple of examples, but before that, about the process. So this is a typical process of venture clienting. I guess no surprises for the corporates that are dealing with the venture clienting open innovation. Start with the discovering, go to the assessment that we started with the long list of startups, then we're doing a due diligence, and afterwards we make the list shorter. Plus we are doing the on-site meetings with the startups, with the short list of startups. Then we go to the preparation of the pilots. We are execute the pilots regardless, let's say, the physical location. Some of them could be SaaS related, some of them we need to install the materials on site. And then once this is succeed, we go to the scale up, which is of course the most complicated phase. But luckily, let's say of the company, we have in place all the, let's say, mechanism, part of legal, procurement, cyber, data protection that already part of, let's say, our partners. Then the scale up is quite quick. Couple of, let's say, domain focus fields that we are playing, starting with automation of data, thinking about how we can maintain power plants without a human. So it means that we need to activate a lot of robots, smart connectivity, cybersecurity and such. Go to the cybersecurity, so all technology that related to cybersecurity, this is part of our portfolio. Not only the IT part, but focus on the OT, operation technology, continue with manufacturing, supply chain, and training and education. Of course, this is along with all the Gen AI solutions that we also implement. So a couple of examples. Now I guess that all your faces will see the robot, less myself. This is done in one of our power plants in Israel. You see the robot that collecting all the anomalies based on gauge readings, thermal, acoustic, and very recently gas inspection as well. Continue with the drone that I guess that most of you, some of you knows the Israeli Perceptor company that we are collaborate more than 2.5 years, and continue with the US company called Clarify for the image analytics. And again, think about how we can run and maintain the power plants without humans. It means that we need to act robot, data collection, using the drones, do the image analytics, and then send only the anomalies to the power plant manager. Last but not least, another couple of examples that we are working, some of them all Israeli companies like Filit and also, of course, Percepto. But we are doing also some collaboration with other Israeli startups companies. And as you can see, it's pretty much large. And in case you are startups that focus in these domains, or some of you are part of the portfolios, feel free to approach me. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for the awards. We have 3 awards and then a 4th for everyone. So let's hear what they are. We have Israeli Climate Tech. It's going to be a delegation to Paris. Yossi Dan, who's outside deliberating with Challengey, he's going to be part of this. And we have Christoph Linyard. He is the Group Chief Innovation Officer of Voyages, and he's going to share a video with us about it.
I am the Group Chief Innovation Officer at Bouygues. So Bouygues is a French international group, roughly 200,000 people on board, with a revenue of €1 billion per week dedicated to making life better every day. Sorry to not be with you today in Tel Aviv, but I am excited to present to you an opportunity for positive impact with Bouygues and other industry leaders. A few weeks ago in Vivatech, we unveiled this first version of our sustainable cities model. We call it Green Power Rehab. And we announced also our partnership with Solar Impulse Foundation. We are now thinking of generation 2 of this model, and we need you to help. So I am calling all Israeli founders eager to reshape cities with sustainable tech. If selected, you will be part of the exclusive Israeli Climate Tech Summit in Paris, December 3rd and 4th. So raise your voice. Looking forward to meeting you in Paris. For more information, Yossi Dan is the right contact. Yossi, you can raise your hand Together, let's reshape the future of cities.
Back in, we'll make sure. And Antenna Group, what can I say about them? Antenna Group is a leader in marketing, public relations, and public affairs company in the energy and climate space. Antenna has already been involved in the Israeli energy ecosystem for the past 15 years. Antenna, I can't explain how integral Antenna has been in the Ignite development, and happy to have them involved in the 2024 event. So I want to introduce the CEO and founder of Antenna Group, Keith Zahim.
Figured I'd make a real entrance, walk down the middle, and get more applause. How many of you listen? First of all, thank you everybody at Ignite the Spark. Fantastic day, fantastic event. Met a lot of really great people here. How many of you listen to a podcast about climate, clean tech? How many of you listen to Catalyst? That's the one, right? Well, it's the second best podcast when it comes to climate sustainability. Age of Adoption podcast is the best one, hosted by yours truly. I have an audience of one, my mother, so if you don't mind kind of being the second, I'd appreciate it. But in the Catalyst podcast, we do a lot of advertising and refers to Antenna Group as the OG. So we're the old guard of climate tech public relations, which, you know, my kid uses the term OG, so it makes us sound pretty cool. So I urge you to continue listening to the Catalyst podcast. But what we are is we're an integrated public relations and marketing agency. Been working, as you mentioned, in Israel for 15 years, worked with SolarEdge, I think at the Series A stage, and Innoviz at Series A stage, and working with companies all through their life cycle, which has been really exciting. We help companies on the brand side, so help them launch their brands and then build their brands in the United States and the UK, and help companies as well create sales funnels around lead generation and business development as well in those markets. What I'll leave you with is kind of how we see the world, and something which I think is really of interest to everybody here and should excite you. Anybody who's been working in this industry for the last 16, 17 years knows that it's really been in two phases. The first phase is what we call Age of Innovation. And that's companies like yourselves that have been innovating climate solutions, hardware, software, best practices, that you hoped one day would be widely adopted by corporations, Fortune 1000 companies, governments, etc. And the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen that come to fruition, and we call that the Age of Adoption. And that's an era where companies of every shape and size, industry agnostic, are incorporating or transforming their businesses by incorporating all the solutions that companies in this room and others have been innovating and solving for many years. And for us as an agency, it's been exciting because now we're able not only to tell the stories of amazing companies like yourself on the climate technology side, but now we can tell the stories for Amazon and AWS and BlackRock and ABB and all the other companies who are adopting your solutions and really transforming their businesses and hopefully reversing the worst of climate change and mitigating carbon emissions. So that is us, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you so much for coming out. We really appreciate it, and yes, you are an OG of Ignite. OG. So, before we wrap up with the awards, long day, let's recap. We had the change makers, those making the biggest impact. You heard a lot about what's happening now and the future, how we can utilize resiliency, and the no matter what idea. Then we went in, we heard from investors, we heard about multinationals, you heard from our amazing startups. And so, the first award that we're going to be able to give out right now, it's the Select USA Award. It's a US government program dedicated to attracting and supporting international companies looking to invest in the United States. It offers resource and connections to help companies navigate the US market and establish a local presence. So, I would like to proudly announce that Luminescent has been selected for the Select USA Award, and they're going to be pitching as well. So why don't you come on up, and we'll be able to take a quick photo as Sean comes up.
So as you can see, this year we have not only one prize, we have 3 prizes, and all of them are really open the boundaries of the startups. This is the goal over here, to find how to amplify those opportunities around. The next two prizes are up are one of them with a dedicated partner for the second year in a row, Container Ventures and the Energy Tech Summit. And we are happy to announce with not an easy decision, with a lot of discussion back then, about Watergy that will be, sorry, about Karar that will be part of that. So welcome Karar to the stage. Just before we go up, since we have one more winner right now over here, and you saw before the video introducing Bouygues and Yossi, the last prize is supported by the delegation and all these efforts that the Challenge are doing to bring really broader opportunities and climate opportunities. And in December, there is going to be a really interesting delegation dedicated to foster more opportunities in France and Paris. And it will be focused in really urban sustainability solution. And as you probably understand from the teaser from the earlier, the second prize goes to Watergy.
Congratulations. Yossi, I think this is a time now that you could raise your hand. And
I invite the winners to the stage, the jury member as well, for taking a group photo.
We're going to do a quick photo, and then I'll tell you what to expect after the event. So jury, if you don't mind coming up quickly, stick around for 2 seconds as we take a quick photo with our winners. Moti. In the center. In the center. In the center. Yotam. So, stick around for 2 seconds. We're going to take a picture with all of our partners. You can wait down on the side. Sean, stay up here with me. So, the event. Make sure that you go onto our inventory. It's going to remain open. Network with each other. Stick around, network with each other. I want to thank our online audience. We know that the hours are crazy because you're all over the world, from Australia to the US. So thank you for joining. And to all of you, thank you for joining in person. You really bring the energy to this community. And I encourage you all to be the change makers so we could have you on the stage next year. We have some things coming up. We have our next Energy Pioneers of Tomorrow. That's our pre-ideation workshop coming up soon. And plenty of programs coming up. So come partner with us and do it. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you all. Enjoy and looking forward to see you next year.
See you next year. So if I can get all the partners, all the startups, all the jury, everyone to come up, our Ignite team to come up as well. Everyone come on up. Let's take one big photo together to commemorate this amazing day. Startups? Yeah. Everyone. Here, let's maybe move down. We have a lot of people. If we can do the height challenge like myself in the front. Keep coming down, keep coming down, keep coming down, keep coming down. We have a lot. Yeah, we have a lot more. If we can create 2 rows. 2 rows, please. Or let's go, we can go down 2 rows, 1 behind, so we could have everyone and we could also see the logos. Some people come down, some people come down. A couple more down, please. Move in, and then we should be good. Thank you all, thank you all, thank you partners, thank you startups, thank you jury, to all our strategic partners, to our platinum, gold, silver, bronze, to our week sponsors and partners, to our media partners, to our event partners. Thank you for all putting this together. See you next year.